Hello, welcome to the 31st Veda Adhyayana Kendram Annual Day celebrations in collaboration with the Worldwide Association for Vedic Studies Waves Bangalore chapter. And today we're excited to have a number of excellent talks and discussions on the relevance of lessons of wisdom from Ramayana and Mahabharata. And we are meeting virtually. So good morning to everybody in the US and good evening to everybody in India. And for our program today, which is the day one, we have today program. We will have a number of talks related to the theme of the annual day, and we will be starting off with the Vedic prayer to begin with. Nana, please.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om Om Bhadram Karnebhi Shrunuyama Devaha Bhadram Pasyema Akshabhiryajatraha Sthirairangaihi Tushtuvagum Sastanubhihi Vyasema Devahitam Yadayuhu Swasti na Indro Vruddhasravaha Swasti naha Pusha Vishwavedaha Swasti nastarcshyo Arishtanemihi Swasti no Bruhaspatir Om Shanti 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 Om Agne Naya Supadharaye Asman Vishwani Deva Vajunani Vidwan Yuyodhyasmajjuhuranameno Bhuishtham Te Namavuktim Vidhema Om Shanti 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 Om Abrahman Brahmano Brahmavachasi Jayatam Arashtre Rajanya Suraishavyo Ativyadhi Maharatho Jayatam Dogdhri Dhenuhu Odhanadvana Susaptihi Purandhiryosha Jishnu Ratheshta Sabheyo Yuva Asya Yajamanasya Viro Jayatam Nikame Nikame Naha Parjanyo Varshatu Phalavatyo Navoshadhayaha Pachyantam Yogakshemo Naha Kalpetam Om Shanti 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 Om Apyayantu Mamangani Vakpranaschakshu Srotramatho Balamindriyani Cha Sarvani Sarvam Brahma Upanishadam Aham Brahma Nirakuryam Mama Brahma Nirakarotu Anirakaranamastu Anirakaranam Me Astu Tadatmanirate Yavopanishatsu Dharmaha Te Mayi Samtu Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Swasti.
Thank
Hello.
you. So I'd like Raghava Vodupalli garu to please chant the Rudram.
Om Sri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om Gananantva Ganapati Gum Havamahe Kabim Kavinam Upamashravastamam Jeshtarajam Brahmanam Brahmanaspata Anasrunvannutibhis Sida Sadanam Sri Mahaganapataye Namaha Prano Devi Saraswati Vajeebhirvajineevati Dhinama Vitriyavatu Ano Divo Bruhatah Parvatada Saraswati Yajata Gantu Yajñam Havan Devi Jujushana Ghritachi Shagmanno Vachamushati Srunotu Sri Vagdevyai Namaha Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya Om Namaste Rudramanya Babuto Taishave Namaha नमस्ते अस्तु धन्वने बाहुभ्याम् उत ते नमः यातैषु शिवतमा शिवं बभूव ते धनुः शिवा शरव्या यातवतया नो रुद्रमृडया या ते रुद्रशिवा तनूरघोरा पापकाशिनी तया नस्तनुवा शन्तमया गिरिशन्ताभिचाकसीः यामिषुं गिरिशन्तहस्तेभिवर्षस्तवे शिवां गिरित्रतां कुरु माहि गुंसेः पुरुषं जगत् शिवेन वचसा त्वा गिरिशाच्छा वदामसि यथा नः सर्वमिज्जगदयक्ष्मगुं सुमना असत् अध्यवोचदधिवक्ता प्रथमो दैव्योऽभिषक् अहेगश्च सर्वान् जम्भयन् सर्वाश्च यातु धान्यः असव्यस्ताम्रो अरुण उत बभ्रुसु मङ्गलः ये चेमागुं रुद्रा अभितो दिक्षु श्रिताः सहस्रशो वैशागुं हेडयीमहे असव्यो वसर्पति नीलग्रीवो विलोहितः उतैनं गोपादृशन्नदृशन्नुदहार्यः उतैनं विश्वाभूतानि सदृष्टो मृडयातिनः नमो अस्तु नीलग्रीवाय सहस्राक्षाय मीडुषे अथो ये अस्य सत्त्वानोऽहं तेभ्यो करन्नमः प्रमुञ्च धन्वनस्त्वमुभयोरात्रिनियोज्यां याश्च ते हस्तैषवः पराता भगवो वपा अवतत्य धनुस्त्वगुं सहस्राक्षसितेषु दे निसीर्य शल्यानां मुखा शिवो नः सुमना भव विज्यं धनुः कपर्दिनो विशल्यो बाणवागुंवुता अने सन्नस्येषव आभुरस्य निषङ्गतिः या ते हेतिर्मीडुष्टमहस्ते बभूव ते धनुः तयास्मान् विश्वतस्त्वमयक्ष्मया परिभुजा नमस्ते अस्त्वायुधाय न तताय दृष्णवे उभाभ्यामुत ते नमो बाहुभ्यां तव धन्वने परिते धन्वनो हेतिरस्मान् वृणक्तु विश्वतः अथो यैषु दिस्तवारे अस्मन्निदेहितं शम्भवे नमः नमस्ते अस्तु भगवन् विश्वेश्वराय महादेवाय त्र्यम्बकाय त्रिपुरान्तकाय त्रिकाग्निकालाय कालाग्निरुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय मृत्युञ्जयाय सर्वेश्वराय सदाशिवाय श्रीमन्महादेवाय नमः नमो हिरण्यबाहवे सेनान्ये दिशाञ्च पतये नमो नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यः पशूनां पतये नमो नमः सस्पिञ्जराय त्विषीमते पतीनां पतये नमो नमो बब्लुषाय विव्याधिनेन्नानां पतये नमो नमो हरिकेशायोपवीतिने पुष्टानां पतये नमो नमो भवस्य हेत्यै जगतां पतये नमो नमो रुद्राय तथाविने क्षेत्राणां पतये नमो नमः सूताय हन्त्याय वनानां पतये नमो नमो रोहिताय स्तपतये वृक्षाणां पतये नमो नमो मन्त्रिणे वाणिजाय कक्षाणां पतये नमो नमो भुवन्तये वारिवस्कृताय औषधीनां पतये नमो नमः उच्चैर्घोषायाक्रन्दयते पत्तीनां पतये नमो नमः कृष्णवीताय धावते सत्त्वानां पतये नमः नमः सहमानाय निव्याधिनाव्याधिनीनां पतये नमो नमः ककुभाय निषङ्गिणे स्तेनानां पतये नमो नमो निषङ्गिणैषु धिमते तस्कराणां पतये नमो नमो वञ्चते परिवञ्चते स्तायूनां पतये नमो नमो निचेरवे परिचरायारण्यानां पतये नमो नमः सृकाविभ्यो जिगागुंसद्भ्यो मुष्णतां पतये नमो नमोऽस्सिमद्भ्यो नक्तञ्चरद्भ्यः प्रकृन्तानां पतये नमो नमः उष्णीषिणे गिरिचराय कुलुञ्चानां पतये नमो नमः इषुमद्भ्यो धन्वाविद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमः आतन्वानेभ्यः प्रतिदधानेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः आयश्चद्भ्यो विसृजद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमोऽस्यद्भ्यो विद्यद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमासीनेभ्यः शयानेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः स्वपद्भ्यो जागृद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमस्तिष्ठद्भ्यो धावद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमः सभाभ्यः सभापतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो अश्वेभ्योऽश्वपतिभ्यश्च वो नमः नम आव्याधिनीभ्यो विविद्यन्तीभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः उगणाभ्यस्तृगंहतीभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो गृत्सेभ्यो गृत्सपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो व्रातेभ्यो व्रातपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो गणेभ्यो गणपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो विरूपेभ्यो विश्वरूपेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो महद्भ्यः क्षुल्लकेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो रतिभ्यो रथेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो रथेभ्यो रथपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः सेनाभ्यः सेनानिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः क्षत्रुभ्यः संग्रहीतृभ्यश्च वो नमो नमस्तक्षभ्यो रथकारेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः कुलालेभ्यः कर्मारेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः पुञ्जिष्टेभ्यो निषाधेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमैषुकृद्भ्यो धन्वकृद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमो मृगयुभ्यश्वनिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमश्वभ्यश्वपतिभ्यश्च वो नमः नमो भवाय च रुद्राय च नमः शर्वाय च पशुपतये च नमो नीलग्रीवाय च सितिकण्ठाय च नमः कपर्दिने च व्युक्तकेशाय च नमः सहस्राक्षाय च शतधन्वने च नमो गिरिशाय च सिपिविष्ठाय च नमो मीडुष्टमाय चेषुमते च नमो हरस्वाय च वामनाय च नमो बृहते च वर्षीयसे च नमो वृद्धाय च संवृध्वने च नमो अग्र्याय च प्रथमाय च नमाशवे चाजिराय च नमः शीघ्रियाय च सीभ्याय च नमो ऊर्म्याय चावस्वन्याय च नमः श्रोतस्याय च द्वीप्याय च नमो ज्येष्ठाय च कनिष्ठाय च नमः पूर्वजाय चापरजाय च नमो मध्यमाय चापगल्भाय च नमो जघन्याय च बुध्नियाय च नमः सोभ्याय च प्रतिसर्याय च नमो याम्याय च क्षेम्याय च नमो उर्वर्याय च खल्याय च नमः श्लोक्याय चावसान्याय च नमो वन्याय च कक्ष्याय च नमः श्रवाय च प्रतिस्रवाय च नमाशुषेणाय चाशुरथाय च नमः सूराय चावभिन्दते च नमो वर्मिणे च वरूथिने च नमो बिल्मिने च कवचिने च नमः श्रुताय च श्रुतसेनाय च नमो दुन्दुभ्याय चाहनन्याय च नमो दृष्णवेश प्रमुषाय च नमो दूताय च प्रहिताय च नमो निषङ्गिणे चेषुधिमते च नमस्तीक्ष्णे शवे चायुधिने च नमः स्वायुधाय च सुधन्वने च नमः श्रुत्याय च पत्याय च नमः काट्याय च नीप्याय च नमः सूद्याय च सरस्याय च नमो नाद्याय च वैशन्ताय च नमः कूप्याय चावट्याय च नमो वर्ष्याय चावर्ष्याय च नमो मेघ्याय च विद्युत्याय च नमः ईद्रियाय चातप्याय च नमो वात्याय च रेश्मियाय च नमो वास्तव्याय च वास्तुपाय च नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमस्ताम्राय चारुणाय च नमः शङ्गाय च पशुपतये च नमो उग्राय च भीमाय च नमो अग्रे वधाय च दूरे वधाय च नमो हन्त्रे च हनीयसे च नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यो नमस्ताराय नमः शम्भवे च मयोभवे च नमः शङ्कराय च मयस्कराय च नमः शिवाय च शिवतराय च नमस्तीर्थ्याय च कूल्याय च नमः पार्याय चावार्याय च नमः प्रतरणाय चोत्तरणाय च नमातार्याय चालाद्याय च नमः षष्ट्याय च फेन्याय च नमः सिकत्याय च प्रवाह्याय च नम ईरिण्याय च प्रपथ्याय च नमः किगुंसिलाय च क्षयणाय च नमः कपर्दिने च पुलस्तये च नमो गोष्ठ्याय च गृह्याय च नमस्तल्प्याय च गेह्याय च नमः काट्याय च गह्वरेष्ठाय च नमो हृदयाय च निवेश्प्याय च नमः पागुंसव्याय च रजस्याय च नमः शुष्क्याय च हरित्याय च नमो लोप्याय चोलप्याय च नम ऊर्व्याय च सूर्म्याय च नमः पर्ण्याय च पर्णसिद्ध्याय च नमोपगुरमाणाय चाभिघ्नते च नम आखिदते च प्रखिदते च नमो वक्किरिकेभ्यो देवानागं हृदयेभ्यो नमो विक्षेणकेभ्यो नमो विचिन्वत्केभ्यो नमानिर्हतेभ्यो नम आमीवत्केभ्यः द्रापेऽन्धसस्पते दरिद्रनीललोहिता येषां पुरुषाणां येषां पशूनां माभेर्मा रोमो येषां किञ्चन ममत् या ते रुद्रशिवात्तनुः शिवा विश्वाह भेषजी शिवा रुद्रस्य भेषजी तया नो मृडजीवसे इमागुं रुद्राय तवसे कपर्दिने क्षयद्वीराय प्रभरामहे मतिं यथा नश्यमसद्विपदे चतुष्पदे विश्वं पुष्टं ग्रामे अस्मिन्ननातुरं मृडानो रुद्रोतनो मयस्कृधि क्षयद्वीराय नमसा विधेमते यच्चञ्चयोश्च मनुराय जे पिता तदस्याम तव रुद्रप्रणीतौ मानो महान्तमुतमानो अर्भकं मान उक्षन्तमुतमान उक्षितं मानो वदीः पितरं मोतमातरं प्रियामानस्तनुवो रुद्ररीरिषः मानस्तोके तनये मानायुष्मानो घोषुमानो अश्वेषु रीरिषः वीरान्मानो रुद्रभामितो वधीर्ह विष्मन्तो नमसा विधेमते आरात्ते गोघ्न उत पूरुषघ्ने क्षयद्वीराय सुम्नमस्मे ते अस्तु रक्षा च नो अधि च देवः ब्रूह्यधा च न शर्म यच्चद्विबर्हाः स्तुहि श्रुतं गर्तसदं युवानं मृगं न भीममुपहर्तृमुग्रम् मृडाचरित्रे रुद्रस्तवानो अन्यन्ते अस्मन्निवपन्तु सेनाः परिणो रुद्रस्य हेतिर्वृणक्तु परित्वेषस्य दुर्मतिरघायोः अवस्थिरा मघवद्भ्यस्तनुष्वमीड्वस्तोकाय तनयाय मृडया मीडुष्टमशिवतमशिवो नः सुमना भव परमे वृक्षायुधं निधाय कृत्तिं वसान आचर पिनाकं बिभ्रदागहि विकिरिदविलोहित नमस्ते अस्तु भगवः यास्ते सहस्रगुम्भेतयोऽन्यम् अस्मन्निवपन्तु ताः सहस्राणि सहस्रधा बाहुवोस्तव हेतयः तासामीशानो भगवः पराचीनमुखाकृधि सहस्राणि सहस्रशो ये रुद्र अधिभूम्यां तेषागुं सहस्रयोजने वधन्वानि तन्मसि अस्मिन् महत्यर्णवेऽन्तरिक्षे भवा अधि नीलग्रीवाः सितिकण्ठाः शर्व अधः क्षमाचराः नीलग्रीवाः सितिकण्ठादिवगुं रुद्र उपसृताः ये वृक्षेषु सस्पिञ्जरा नीलग्रीवा विलोहिताः ये भूतानामधिपतयो विशिखासः कपर्दिनः ये अन्येषु विविध्यन्ति पात्रेषु पिबतो जनान् ये पथां पथिरक्षय ऐलभ्रुदा यव्युदः ये तीर्थानि प्रचरन्ति सृकावन्तो निषङ्गिणः य एतावन्तश्च भूयागुंसश्च दिशो रुद्रा वितस्तिरे तेषागुं सहस्रयोजने वधन्वानि तन्मसि नमो रुद्रेभ्यो ये पृथिव्यां ये अन्तरिक्षे ये दिवि येषामन्नं वातो वर्षमिषवस्तेभ्यो 10 प्राचीर्दश दक्षिणा 10 प्रतीचीर्दशोतीचीर्दशोर्ध्वास्तेभ्यो नमस्ते नो मृडयन्तु तेयं द्विष्मो यश्च नो द्वेष्टि तं भोजम्भे दधामि त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीय मामृतात् यो रुद्रो अग्नौ यो अप्सु यवोषधीषु यो रुद्रो विश्वा भुवना विवेश तस्मै रुद्राय नमो अस्तु तमुष्टु हि यस्विषुः सुधन्वा यो विश्वस्य क्षयति भेषजस्य यक्ष्वामहेसौ मनसाय रुद्रं नमोभिर्देवमसुरं दुवस्य अयं मे हस्तो भगवान् अयं मे भगवत्तरः अयं मे विश्वभेषजोऽयं शिवाभिमर्शनः अपमृत्युमपक्षुधम् अपेतशपथञ्जिः अधानो अग्नावः रायस्पोषगुं सहस्रिणम् एते सहस्रमयुतं पाशा मृत्योमर्त्याय हन्तवे तान् यज्ञस्य मायया सर्वानवयजामहे मृत्यवे स्वाहा मृत्यवे स्वाहा ॐ नमो भगवते रुद्राय विष्णवे मृत्युर्मे पाहि प्राणानां ग्रन्थिरसि रुद्रो मा विशान्तकः तेनान्नेनाप्यायस्व नमो रुद्राय विष्णवे मृत्युर्मे पाहि सदा शिवो ॐ अग्ना विष्णु सजोषसे मा वर्धन्तु वां गिरः जुम्नैर्वाजेभिरागतं वाजश्च मे प्रसवश्च मे प्रयतिश्च मे प्रसितिश्च मे धीतिश्च मे क्रतुश्च मे स्वरश्च मे श्लोकश्च मे श्रावश्च मे श्रुतिश्च मे ज्योतिश्च मे सुवश्च मे प्राणश्च मे पानश्च मे व्यानश्च मे शुश्च मे चित्तञ्च मे आधीतञ्च मे वाक्च मे मनश्च मे चक्षुश्च मे श्रोत्रञ्च मे दक्षश्च मे बलञ्च मे ओजश्च मे सहश्च मे आयुश्च मे जरा च मे आत्मा च मे तनूश्च मे शर्म च मे वर्म च मे अङ्गानि च मे स्थानि च मे परोगुंसि च मे शरीराणि च मे ज्येष्ठ्यञ्च माधिपत्यञ्च मे मन्युश्च मे भामश्च मे मश्च मे भश्च मे जेमा च मे महिमा च मे वरिमा च मे प्रतिमा च मे वर्ष्मा च मे द्राघुया च मे वृद्धञ्च मे वृद्धिश्च मे सत्यञ्च मे श्रद्धा च मे जगच्च मे धनञ्च मे वशश्च मे त्विषिश्च मे क्रीडा च मे मोदश्च मे जातञ्च मे जनिष्यमाणञ्च मे सूक्तञ्च मे सुकृतञ्च मे वित्तञ्च मे वेद्यञ्च मे भूतञ्च मे भविष्यच्च मे सुगञ्च मे सुपथञ्च मरुद्धञ्च मरुद्धिश्च मे क्लृप्तञ्च मे क्लृप्तिश्च मे मतिश्च मे सुमतिश्च मे शञ्च मे मयश्च मे प्रियञ्च मे नुकामश्च मे कामश्च मे सौमनसश्च मे भद्रञ्च मे श्रेयश्च मे वस्यश्च मे यशश्च मे भगश्च मे द्रविणञ्च मे यन्ता च मे धर्ता च मे क्षेमश्च मे धृतिश्च मे विश्वञ्च मे महश्च मे संविच्च मे ज्ञात्रञ्च मे सूश्च मे प्रसूश्च मे क्षीरञ्च मे लयश्च मरुतञ्च मे मृतञ्च मे यक्ष्मञ्च मे नामयश्च मे जीवातुश्च मे दीर्घायुत्वञ्च मे नमित्रञ्च मे भयञ्च मे सुगञ्च मे शयनञ्च मे सूषा च मे सुदिनञ्च मे ऊर्च मे सुनुता च मे पयश्च मे रसश्च मे घृतञ्च मे मधु च मे शक्तिश्च मे सपीतिश्च मे कृषिश्च मे वृष्टिश्च मे जैत्रञ्च औद्भिद्यञ्च मे रयिश्च मे रायश्च मे पुष्टञ्च मे पुष्टिश्च मे विभुच मे प्रभुच मे बहुच मे भूयश्च मे पूर्णञ्च मे पूर्णतरञ्च मे क्षितिश्च मे कूयवाश्च मे नञ्च मे क्षुश्च मे व्रीहयश्च मे यवाश्च मे माषाश्च मे तिलाश्च मे मुद्गाश्च मे खल्वाश्च मे गोधूमाश्च मे मसुराश्च मे प्रियङ्गवश्च मे नवश्च मे शामाकाश्च मे नीवाराश्च मे अश्मा च मे मूर्तिका च मे गिरयश्च मे पर्वताश्च मे सिकताश्च मे वनस्पतयश्च मे हिरण्यञ्च मे यश्च मे सीसञ्च मे त्रपुश्च मे श्यामञ्च मे लोहञ्च मे ग्निश्च मापश्च मे विरुधश्च मवोषधयश्च मे कृष्टपत्यञ्च मे कृष्टपत्यञ्च मे ग्राम्याश्च मे पशवारण्याश्च यज्ञेन कल्पन्तां वित्तञ्च मे वित्तिश्च मे भूतञ्च मे भूतिश्च मे वसु च मे वसतिश्च मे कर्म च मे शिक्तिश्च मेऽर्धश्च मयेमश्च मीतिश्च मे गतिश्च मे अग्निश्च मइन्द्रश्च मे सोमश्च मइन्द्रश्च मे सविता च मइन्द्रश्च मे सरस्वती च मइन्द्रश्च मे पूषा च मइन्द्रश्च मे बृहस्पतिश्च मइन्द्रश्च मे मित्रश्च मइन्द्रश्च मे वरुणश्च मइन्द्रश्च मे त्वष्टा च मइन्द्रश्च मे धाता च मइन्द्रश्च मे विष्णुश्च मइन्द्रश्च मे स्विनौ च मइन्द्रश्च मे मरुतश्च मइन्द्रश्च मे विश्वे च मे देवा इन्द्रश्च मे पृथिवी च मइन्द्रश्च मे अन्तरिक्षञ्च मइन्द्रश्च मे द्यौश्च मइन्द्रश्च मे दिशश्च मइन्द्रश्च मे मूर्धा च मइन्द्रश्च मे प्रजापतिश्च मइन्द्रश्च मे अगुंसुश्च मे रश्मिश्च मे दाभ्यश्च मे धिपतिश्च मऊपागुंसुश्च मे अन्तर्यामश्च म ऐन्द्रवायवश्च मे मैत्रावरुणश्च म आश्विनश्च मे प्रतिप्रस्थानश्च मे शुक्रश्च मे मन्थी च माग्रणयश्च मे वैश्वदेवश्च मे ध्रुवश्च मे वैश्वानरश्च मरुतुग्रहाश्च मे तिग्राह्याश्च मैन्द्राग्नश्च मे वैश्वदेवश्च मे मरुत्वतीयाश्च मे माहेन्द्रश्च मादित्यश्च मे सावित्रश्च मे सारस्वतश्च मे पौष्णश्च मे पात्नीवतश्च मे हार्योजनश्च मे युग्मश्च मे बर्हिश्च मे वेदिश्च मे दिष्णियाश्च मे सृचश्च मे चमसाश्च मे ग्रावाणश्च मे स्वरवश्च मौपरवाश्च मे दिशवणे च मे द्रोणकलशश्च मे वायव्यानि च मे पूतभृश्च माधवनीयश्च माग्नीध्रञ्च मे हविर्धानञ्च मे गृहाश्च मे सदश्च मे पुरोडाशाश्च मे पचताश्च मे वभृतश्च मे स्वगाकारश्च मे अग्निश्च मे घर्मश्च मेऽर्कश्च मे सूर्यश्च मे प्राणश्च मे श्वमेधश्च मे पृथिवी च मे दितिश्च मे द्यौश्च मे शक्वरीरङ्गुलयो दिशश्च मे यज्ञेन कल्पन्तां ऋक्च मे साम च मे स्तोमश्च मे यजुश्च मे दीक्षा च मे तपश्च मरुतुश्च मे व्रतञ्च मे अहोरात्रयोर्वृष्ट्या बृहत् रथन्तरे च मे यज्ञेन कल्पेताम् गर्भाश्च मे वत्साश्च मे त्रियविश्च मे त्रियवी च मे दित्यवाच्च मे दित्योही च मे पञ्चाविश्च मे पञ्चावी च मे त्रिवत्सश्च मे त्रिवत्साच्च मे तुर्यवाच्च मे तुर्योही च मे पष्टवाच्च मे पष्टौही च मौक्षा च मे वशा च म वृषभश्च मे वेहच्च मे नड्वाञ्च मे धेनुश्च म आयुर्यज्ञेन कल्पतां प्राणो यज्ञेन कल्पताम् अपानो यज्ञेन कल्पताम् व्यानो यज्ञेन कल्पतां चक्षुर्यज्ञेन कल्पताग्श्रोत्रं यज्ञेन कल्पतां मनो यज्ञेन कल्पतां वाग्यज्ञेन कल्पताम् आत्मा यज्ञेन कल्पतां यज्ञो यज्ञेन कल्पताम् एका च मे तिस्रश्च मे पञ्च च मे सप्त च मे नव च म एकादश च मे त्रयोदश च मे पञ्चदश च मे सप्तदश च मे नवदश च म एकविंशतिश्च मे त्रयोविंशतिश्च मे पञ्चविंशतिश्च मे सप्तविंशतिश्च मे नवविंशतिश्च म एकत्रिंशच्च मे त्रयस्त्रिंशच्च मे चतस्रश्च मे ष्टौ च मे द्वादश च मे षोडश च मे विंशतिश्च मे चतुर्विंशतिश्च मे ष्टाविंशतिश्च मे द्वात्रिंशच्च मे षट्त्रिंशच्च मे चत्वारिंशच्च मे चतुश्चत्वारिंशच्च मे ष्टाचत्वारिंशच्च मे वाजश्च प्रसवश्चापिजश्च क्रतुश्च सुवश्च मूर्धा च व्यस्नियश्चान्त्यायनश्चान्त्यश्च भुवनश्च भुवनश्चाधिपतिश्च ॐ इडा देवहुर्मनुर्यज्ञनीर्बृहस्पतिरुक्थामदानि शगुंसि षद्विश्वे देवा सूक्तवाचः पृथिवीमातर्मा माहि गुंसीर्मधुमनिष्ये मधुजनिष्ये मधुवक्ष्यामि मधुवदिष्यामि मधुमतीं देवेभ्यो वाचमुद्यासगुं शुश्रूषेण्यां मनुष्येभ्यस्तं मा देवा अवन्तु शोभायै पितरो नुमदन्तु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः.
Thank you, Raghav. Very nice. We have the wonderful beginning with Sri Rudram Parayanam. And now we will go to the theme-based chanting of the annual day today. So we'll do the chanting of Uday Ravi. He's going to do the Balakanda.
श्रीरामाय नमः। श्रीवाल्मीकिमहर्षिये नमः। अथ बालकाण्डपारायणः। शुद्धब्रह्मपरात्परराम कालात्मकपरमेश्वरराम शेषतल्पसुखनिद्रितराम ब्रह्माद्यमरप्रार्थितराम चण्डकिरणकुलमण्डनराम श्रीमद्धशरथनन्दनराम कौसल्या सुखवर्धनरा विश्वामित्रप्रियधनरा घोरताटकाघातकरा मारीचादिनिपातकरा कौशिकमखसंरक्षकरा श्रीमदहल्योद्धारकरा गौतममुनिसम्पूजितरा सुरमुनिवरगणसंस्तुतरा नाविकधावितमृदुपदरा मिथिलापुरजनमोहकरा विदेहमानसरञ्जकरा त्र्यम्बककार्मुकभञ्जकरा सीतार्पितवरमालिकरा कृतवैवाहिककौतुकरा भार्गवदर्पविनाशकरा श्रीमदयोध्यापालकरा राम राम जय राजा राम 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 जय सीताराम। श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु।
So next, we have one more from Uday Ravi on the Sundarakanda Parayanam. We'll play that.
Not now only.
Okay, we can skip it.
You
So,
can sing it.
yeah, next I will play Sangeetanjali by Kumari Yamini.
ದಾಸನಮಾದಿಕೋಯನ್ನ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸಾಸಿರನಾಮದ ವೆಂಕಟರಮಣ ದಾಸನಮಾದಿಕೋಯನ್ನ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸಾಸಿರನಾಮದ ವೆಂಕಟರಮಣ ದಾಸನಮಾದಿಕೋಯನ್ನ ತುರುಪುತಿಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಬೆರಿಸೋ ನಿನ್ನ ಕರುಣ ಕವಚವೆನ ಹರನಕ್ಕೆ ತೋರಿಸೋ ತುರುಪುತಿಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಬೆರಿಸೋ ನಿನ್ನ ಕರುಣ ಕವಚವೆನ್ನ ಹರನಕ್ಕೆ ತೋರಿಸೋ ಚರಣ ಸೇವೆಯನಗೆ ಕೊಲಿಸೋ ಪಯ್ಯ ಕರಪುಷ್ಪವೆನ್ನಲಿ ಶಿರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೂಲಿಸೋ ದಾಸನ ಮಾದಿಕೋಯನ್ನ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸಾಸಿರನಾಮದ ವೆಂಕಟರಮಣ ದಾಸನ ಮಾದಿಕೋಯನ್ನ ತ್ವದಪತಿ ನಿನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಡಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಅರಿಯರ ಗೋವನಯ ಅನುದಿನ ಪಾದಿ ತ್ವದಪತಿ ನಿನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಡಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಅರಿಗರ ಗೋವನಯ ಅನುದಿನ ಪಾದಿ ಕದಗ ನಿಲಲ್ ಕೆನ್ನ ನೋದಿ ಬೇದಿವೆ ಕೊದು ನಿನ್ನ ಧ್ಯಾನವ ಮನಸುಚಿ ಮಾದಿ ದಾಸನ ಮಾದಿಕೋಯನ್ನ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸಾಸಿರನಾಮದ ವೆಂಕಟರಮಣ ಸಾಸನ ಮಾದಿಕೋಯನ್ನ ಮೊರೆ ಹಕ್ಕವ ಬೆರಿದು ಎನ್ನ ಮರೆಯದೆ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾದಯ ಪೊರೆದು ಮೊರೆ ಹೊಕ್ಕರವ ಬೆರಿದು ಎನ್ನ ಮರೆಯದೆ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾದಯ ಪೊರೆದು ತುಳಿತಗಳೆಲ್ಲವ ತರಿದು ಸಿರಿ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲನ ಎನ್ನಲು ಪೊರೆದು ದಾಸನ ಮಾದಿಕೋಯನ್ನ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸಾಸಿರನಾಮದ ವೆಂಕಟರಮಣ ದಾಸನ ಮಾದಿಕೋಯನ್ನ.
So with that, we'll have the introductory remarks for the annual day by Dr. Prabhakar, Father.
ಶ್ರೀ ಗುರುಭ್ಯೋ ನಮಃ ಹರಿ ಓಂ ಶ್ರೀ ಶಿವಾಯ ಗುರವೇ ನಮಃ ಶ್ರೀ ಮಾತ್ರೇ ನಮಃ. It's a great pleasure occasion that the Nadaveda Adhyayana Kendra that started long years back, 30 years and odd. It is just live and we are able to have the knowledge being spread. And also after one year starting the Veda Adhyayana Kendra, 1994-95, and we had the opportunity of opening the Bengaluru chapter of World Association for Vedic Studies. And then Dr. Kashyap and Bhudev Sharma and some other people were there in Mahanandamayi Bhagavad Bhavan, and we have inaugurated that. So Subhe Sobhane Muhurte, we started those two joint organizations, and we have been going on with every year annual day celebrations with one or the other important themes. And how many topics we have been able to cover, well, our Veda Ganga volumes will tell. First volume of Veda Ganga is 1994, when we had handwritten one with Indian ink, 100 pages. And because at that time, things were different, all the 100 pages. And from then, now we have got the 31 volume of Veda Ganga. The Ganga Pravaham is Jivanadi. So keeps on going on and on and on. So that kind of name has been given to our annual Savanir. We have many, many scholars. And also, we are very happy, fortunate that we are all, very many scholars are present to share their knowledge at this 31 occasion, 31 years annual celebrations also. And we are very much happy. And moreover, I thank all the speakers uh, who are sharing knowledge this day and tomorrow also. And so every year we have been taking one or the other theme. And this day, this year, somehow it has come to look at the relevance of the lessons of wisdom from Ramayana and Mahabharata, because after Vedas, Ramayana is Veda itself. Veda Vedye Pare Pumsi Jate Dasarathatmaje Vedaha Prachetasa Sakshat Ramayanatmana. So this is what is the complement, Veda and Ramayana. And Rama and Mahavishnu or Paramatma, Veda Vedya Purusha. So that is Ramayana. And Ramayana Nadi, Valmiki Gari Sambhuta, Ramasagaragami Punati Bhuvanam Punyam Ramayana Mahanadi. So these metaphorical slokas, stotras or praises will tell us how important is Ramayana to us, which is Dharmaparam. And Rama, just a human being, and he demonstrated that how a man is capable of achieving any and everything, especially when circumstances demand. One has to be very much tolerant and adjustable and flexible also. For example, Rama became a friends with the monkeys and also the king of monkeys, and got his work done. So also he has done that. Even Vali, the Sugriva's brother, was not observing the dharma, so adharma para was Vali, and that he was killed and the Rajyam was given. So everybody knows the story of Rama, but the story of Rama is one. But when we dive deep into the slokas written by our Valmiki Maharshi, is the Mukhya Kaviswara. Mukhya, as Anandavardhana says, Valmiki Vyasa Mukhyaha Kaviswaraha. And Kalidas and all people, they have made our Sanatana Dharma and many more principles which will make the human life upon the earth, where every human being is confronting with the Dvandvam. Two things, Dvandva, Titatva, and managing this association. So when we take the life of Rama and also the family of Dasaratha, and all the four sons are very great. They are all cooperating each other, bound by circumstances. So we have so many scholars also to speak about the relevance of the wisdom that is couched in the run of Ramayana of 24,000 slokas, and it's Gayatri Bija Sangyutam. And so each kanda is really worth study, and we have got a big library of study on Ramayana. And so we have wisdom. What is wisdom is Medha Manishe Ma Vishatagum. So there is lot of description about the Medha and intelligence, Manisha, the wisdom, and that is what is Ramayana for us. That's ultimately Ramayana told us, Ramavat Vartitavyam na Ravanavatu. That is the essence of the entire Ramayana. And when we come to Mahabharata, it is a Panchama Veda. So it has got next Veda, and Panchama Veda is next importance. And Mahabharata actually became, first of all, it was Jaya, then Bharata, and then became Mahabharata, more than 1 lakh slokas. And there are stages of development in Mahabharata. But we have large number of characters in Mahabharata also. But we have Vidura, and Sanjaya. And these are the two important people. And of course, Bhishma, Drona, Krupa, Ashwatthama. So many characters are there who know about Dharma. But on those who are on the side of Duryodhana, they are completely lost of their personal principles, and they have to vote for, promote whoever sits on the throne, that Duryodhana, and therefore the Bhishma had no option. So that is to say that when in Valmiki, when he says that Deshakalo pratikshasva kshamamanaha priya priye Sugriva Vasako Bhava. And so Desha and Kala. But this kind of discipline we cannot see in Mahabharata. There is a lot of contrast between Ramayana and Mahabharata, as we are all observing, and it has got two sides. So Ramayana one side of the coin and Mahabharata other side of the coin. But generally, when we toss the coin, when king comes on those days, we won the race. So like that, Ramayana is the first king side token, and there is a lot of relevance about it. And so today we have large number of scholars. We are very happy that secretary of our Bengaluru chapter, Waves, Dr. Kamala Arora, in spite of her difficulty of health and all that, she is present now. And again, the president of the World Association for Vedic Studies, Dr. Shiv Tiwari. Well, that means I feel that Waves and NVAK, Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra, is now complete, Purnavataram. We are so happy that both the important people are present here to share and participate, their feelings and all these things. I'm very happy. Then, as a part of spreading the knowledge, we have the Veda Ganga Savanir. Every year we are getting it. 30 volumes have gone, and all of them are in the website. And website for our Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra has been created by our Anjaneya Prasad and his wife, and that is being seconded and continued by another person. That is Sandeep Kamampati. He is also taken up now to continue, maintain the website, and so that we should be very thankful. On the other hand, whatever classes, whatever programs that are going on in this particular sessions of the Veda Adhyayana Kendra and in Waves, Seshachalaya is taking hold to put in on the YouTube. So there are so many people who have been trying to vote for Veda Purusha and Veda Jnanam and all those things. So that way a monthly bulletin also is there. So that's Veda Nada Sarit. Actually, Sarit is the river again, and Ganga river again. So the name takes different and is going on flowing like that. In fact, when I started Vedanada Sarit some 5 years back, Dittur Srinivasa Rao, who was the retired Chief Justice of Karnataka, he released that first copy of Vedanada Sarit. And before that, I had taken the blessings of my Guru also, at his permission and support and encouragement, Dr. C.G. Kashikar. So their blessings are continuously live and immortal now. We are going on with that. And also the Samatshama, which Pujar has written, has been writing for all the volumes, will contain whatever activity and whoever are the scholars, and all those things have been included in that. In fact, we have an idea to bring up the Samatshama or the report of the Waves, and also the Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra to bring to a book forum. And we have also the organ WhatsApp, Nada Veda WhatsApp, and now more than 200 people are there in that, and everybody is very encouraging and very happy to share their knowledge and also forward the knowledge, and see that there is a kind of live stream going on the knowledge connected to our Vedas, 4 Vedas, and successive literature, Puranas, and then all these things. So as an introductory way, I just want to introduce that there are large number of many scholars who are very much encouraging, participating, sharing their knowledge, especially whatever topic that we have been given. one of the scholars told me, I just gave the topic to speakers some quite in advance, and so they say we keep on working on that since right from the time we got the talk to make it. So this way, so as a part of preamble or introduction, I would like to say that the Ramayana and Mahabharata are the two great books. And in fact, it is not too much. I happened to see in my dreams, one of the dreams long years back, the Valmiki Maharshi coming 7 feet tall Rishi Lambakurchanam, that is, he has got his beard and with Kamandalam and Mantradandam and coming. And he spoke to me, Prabhakar, I am Valmiki Maharshi. Immediately prostrated to him, to his feet, saying that you are that great Maharshi who held the torch of Sanatana Dharma and explained the Veda Dharmas in a very lucid manner, in a story form that will convince all people and attract all people. So Valmiki Maharshi, Sri Ramachandra, and all these characters are very important and in Mahabharata also we have got a contrast is there in Mahabharata, as you see, Duryodhana and Arjuna. Actually, in Bhagavad Gita, you come across the contrasting feelings of these two people. On Pandava side, Arjuna, and on Kaurava side, Duryodhana. Duryodhana comes to Dronacharya and says, we have 11 Akshohini Sainyam and everybody is ready to die for me in the battle. So, Madarthe Chakta Jivitaha, that was the temperament. He doesn't mind. His land is important, and 11,000 Akshohini Sainyam does what to be killed in the war, no matter to him. Like that, in fact, even his father, Dhritarashtra, Drudham Rastram Dharayati Dhritarashtra. That is, he wants his chair, Simhasanam, to be firm. However, whether it is a brother's children or his own children or anything, he doesn't want. But he's only librarian, wants to have all knowledge stored in that. That's why he called Vidura. And Viduraniti, of course, Rajendran was to speak, but today is not present. But anyway, Viduraniti is a marvelous contribution from Mahabharata. Vishnu Sahasranamam, Bhishmacharya, Bhishma Gita, and Sanat Sujatiyam by Sanat Kumara Maharshigalu. And the other one, the fourth one is that Vishnu Sahasranamam, Bhishma Gita. So these are the four gems which our Mahabharata gives, in spite of many midly or miscellaneous things present in Mahabharata, still like lotus, up from the mire. Lotus can grow only in the mire. So this Mahabharata has got such kind of bright features. And Vidura, although he said 500 slokas of Niti to Dhritarashtra to infuse some kind of change in the head of Dhritarashtra, but as long as Dhritarashtra was listening to the Vidura's talk in 8 chapters, 500 slokas, afterwards he never changed, because when Duryodhana appears, his mind completely changes, because Putra Vyamoha. So many things are there that we learn in that. So one loses one's own self. For example, Shankaracharya said, Swatmana sthiyatam, and you be always yourself, don't be influenced. Atma buddhi sukham chaiva. So these are all some of the maxims which are sparked from Mahabharata actually. So Svanta buddhi is lost. But this is not the case in case of Rama. In Ramayanam, when Vibhishana was hanging in the sky asking for landing permission, all people were negative. But he just consulted also Anjaneya, but Anjaneya, Hanuman, he was very diplomatic person. We are going to note down about him. He just put that things on the table, never suggested any decision to Rama at all. So it was purely Rama's decision to allow Vibhishana to land, and therefore the Buddhakausika Maharshi says that Vibhishana Sridaha Ramaha Avatu Padam. So the Padarakshana is being done by Rama because he walked in the entire forest for 14 years without chappals, sandals. The brother Bharata took away and put him on some Simhasanam, so he cannot go to another next Bata shop also to buy sandals in Aranya, in the forest. So you can imagine, If man wills, there is no abstract, there is no failure at all. So willpower is demonstrated. In fact, one more point I want to say in Rama. See, Rama at the final fight after permission by Ravi, Surya Bhagavan, and final fight, Rama was releasing all arrows against Ravana, but he was not killed. Then Matali, the car driver told, "What, Rama, you are Vishnu himself. Why not you employ Brahmastram to finish Ravana? Don't allow more time for him." So only at the advice of Matali, Indra's charioteer, Rama employed Brahmastra, as we know from Yuddhakanda of Valmiki Maharshi, and then he was put off. So in Mahabharata also, Krishna is there at every step to guide Arjuna. And see that, for example, Karna, to kill Karna by Arjuna, it was a difficult thing. Arjuna was very kind towards Karna, but Krishna said, if you miss this occasion, you will never be able to kill Karna. So then kill. Just Guru Vakya. So gurus are the Rama is a guru and Krishna is a guru. So like that, we see a lot of relevance and lot of lesson that we could learn from these two epics, which means that we are in touch with the Veda and we are in touch with the application of the Veda for our happiness and enthusiasm. So not myself taking much time, I just request all the speakers to take around 15-20 minutes. And I should thank our Boddupulli Raghav Garu. He is like Veda Ramayana, because identifying Veda with Rama and also Ramayana, he has identified very much with the activity and progress of our Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra. Apart from all other considerations, we are thankful for him. And again, I should, Anjaneya Prasad, he is 100 times busy. He's the dean of the engineering faculty in the university, always on call and on help and running for meetings and all that conferences. But today he has been able to make it time, all the time he has been making. So whoever it is, when they are putting their head and hand for the promotion of Veda Dharma, Sanatana Dharma, to all of them, a great namaskaram. Thank you very much. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Sri Krishnarpanamastu. Namaste.
Very nice. Thank you for the introductory talk. So do we have Pujar Garu, Sri Pujar, do the report, or do we go to the Veda Ganga inauguration?
Vasan, read it.
Vasan is not there.
Sarada?
Mhm. So we'll do the inauguration of Veda Ganga. So
Yeah,
Dr. Shashi Tiwari ji, please, if you can, inaugurate this. I will share the Veda Ganga.
Before that, let Kamala Arora speak, no? There are.
Yeah. Kamala Garu is first after the Veda Ganga.
Okay.
So Shashi Tiwari ji, if you can say a few words, and I will be scrolling through Veda Ganga. So it's the volume number 31, and we have 346 pages. And the main volume is dedicated to my sister's father-in-law and mother-in-law, Professor Gundlapalli Venkat Subbarao and Sister Lakshmi, who we lost recently. And they are the Veda Dampatis who have supported the Kendra activity, and they have honored the Kendra by their visits, words of appreciation, encouragement. We'll deeply miss them. And this last year, we have had a tremendous number of talks that have been very, very exciting. We started off Prachana Malika in January with the number of speakers with great topics, including Dr. Shashi Tiwari's talk on Kinopanishad. And we had Mahabharata talks and very interesting scientific talks, mathematics and Veda talks, and ending with this very exciting divine weapons in our Vedic times talk. And also we had the Stotra Bodha talks, again starting in January. We have had excellent talks on various topics, on various stotras by excellent speakers. And so now we are at the annual day celebrations. So yeah, the Veda Ganga is again, as my father, Dr. Prabhakar said, a source for a number of different articles that have been captured through some of the talks this year, also by contributions of the Veda members. So Shashi Tiwari, madam, please, if you have some words to talk.
Prasad, thank you. And this is my great pleasure that you have assigned me this pious work of releasing Veda Ganga, the 31st volume. And 31st is also very auspicious number. And Veda Ganga, I was thinking, Veda is the supreme literature in our India, and Ganga is the river which is on the head of on the Shivaji. And just we heard a very, very, very peaceful and calm and respectable Yajurveda's Rudradhyay by Dr. Raghavji. So all this make the occasion very auspicious and very good time, and for that I congratulate the organizers of this program. Sorry, please, let me close it. So I have to say about this because it is just a release program, or should I say what I am thinking of telling about my paper?
Yes, please.
That will be on my turn. What is your
Yes,
order?
we can start. We have in the program after the Veda Ganga. We can start with your talk actually. Yes, please go ahead. Which is the Bhakti and Sharanagati in Gita, Mahabharata, and Tulsi Ramayanam. So Shashi Tiwari ji, please continue with your talk paper.
Yeah, I will take 15 or 17 minutes. As Dr. Prabhakar has told us in the very beginning in the introductory lecture, that Ramayana is the Adi Kavya, first word Kavya of Sanskrit literature. And Mahabharata is the Panchamam Veda Mahabharata. And there is a very famous and very simple shlok in Sanskrit. Vina Vedam, Vina Gitam, Vina Ramayanim Katham, Vina Kavim Kalidasam Artam Bharatam Nemi. So here Gita is referred and Ramayani Katha is referred. So these both are our epics, which are after Vedic literature, and the purpose of these two epics is to elaborate, to explain the Vedic wisdom, which is the very hidden and very minute in Vedic mantras. So that is why it is said that Itihas Purana Vyam Vedam Samupha Brahme. Ved should be explained through the Itihas and the Puranas. So this is the slight importance of these both texts, and as I have to choose a topic very appropriate for that, so I have taken Bhakti and surrender, Bhakti and Sharanagati in the both kavyas. So in Ramayana I have taken Tulsi Ramayana, and in the Mahabharata I have taken Gita, a part of that. बंद कर देती हूँ, एक मिनट प्लीज. So sorry. So these two are studied by me for knowing the viewpoint of both scriptures on the subject of Gita, on the subject of bhakti and surrender. And I found that about Valmiki Ramayana, it may be very difficult for me to get through all these references, and probably we cannot find so much material. That is why I thought to study another Ramayana, which is very famous in North India, written in Awadhi by Tulsidas, and it is purely a scripture of devotion. Tulsidas is a bhakta, and now we have 200 Ramayanas or Ram Kathas in the and they are explained by various scholars. So Tulsidasa's Ramayana, what it says about bhakti. Firstly, Tulsidas says, I am only asking your bhakti, Ram, your bhakti, and this is my goal. I don't want anything, and please do my heart very, very pure, as your bhakti can come inside that. Bhaktim Pretsalag Pungav Nirvaram De. This is a fourth charan of a shlok in the Sundar Kand of Ramayana, Ramcharitmanas. Then there are best example of bhakti in Ramcharitmanas, and he is known as Hanumanji. Then there are other examples also which have their other qualities, as Shabri is there, Kevat is there, Vibhishan is there, Samudra is there. Samudra, when Sri Ram has to cross the ocean and he starts praying, then Lakshman says, don't pray, kill this ocean and he will give you the way. So Sri Ram says, no, I will pray for him 3 days. And then he comes, but due to the fear that Sri Ram will give him some punishment, he asks for the Sharanagati, for the surrender, for the refuge. And this is the example, a highly important example of Sharanagati. The secondly, Vibhishan has asked for Sharanagati when he's coming from Lanka and near Ram, he says that I am in your Sharan, in your refuge, and whatever you think about me, I will be accepting that. So Sri Ram says, no, whenever anyone is in my Sharan, in my refuge, I take full care of him, so don't worry, and you will be the king of the Lanka. So these two are in the Sundarkand, and I am just referring these two. Others are also there. Hanumanji is also there. So this is the reason that Sundarkand is regarded as the best kand of the Ramayana. You have heard about that. It is called Sundarkand. Sundar is the name, beautiful kand, Sundarkand. That is the name given by Valmiki. Tulsidas has also given the name, because they have not given the name of the kand on the basis of any place where events are going on or any events which are taking during that, as in Ayodhya Kand and Kishkinda Kand and Lanka Kand. So, but here the name is differently chosen, and that is Sundar. Sundar means beautiful, and the reason is here Sharanagati is mentioned, here Bhakti is mentioned, here devotion is mentioned. Devotion is a aspect which brings heart of the Bhakta near Bhagwan. So Bhakta and Bhagwan, the relationship of Bhakti and Bhagwan. should be united, should be equal. There should be no duality, and this is the reason Sharanagati is the best aspect of bhakti. The same, I will be short because Gita is known to most of the learned audience sitting over here. So in the very starting of the Gita, Sri Krishna is in the middle of the both armies, and Arjun says that Sharanaste aham shadimam tvam prapannam. He was saying again and again the same thing. Then he finally himself that I am dharma vimudha cheta. I am confused about dharma. Here dharma term is used. Dharma vimudha cheta, because the is going to give the description of the dharma as dharma kshetri, kurukshetri, samvita yosta. Then Sri Krishna has already said yada yada hi dharmasya. So dharmasya glani, for that removal he is there. And then when he says that dharma vimudha cheta, shadimas mam tvam prapannam, I am in your refuge, I am in your sharan. Then Shri Krishna starts giving the Updesh of Gita. And again, in the end, you have heard that he says, finally, he is not even very clear till the end of the Gita. So Shri Krishna says that Sarva Dharman Parityajya Mam Ekam Sharanam Vraj. Aham Tvam Sarva Papibhya Muktishyami Masha. Don't worry, I will take care of you, and you be without any dharma. Don't do any dharma and be in my refuge. So Sharanagati is the best part of bhakti in both the kavyas. And what happens during Sharanagati? The person surrenders his ego. Bhakta surrenders his ego. And when his chitta is very clear, as explained in the Yoga Shastra, explained in the other philosophical granthas. So when the chitta will be very pure, then only reflection of the Atma will be there, self-realization will be there, and that self-realization is the prapti of Brahma. In short, we can say that thus Sharanagati is the very easy and very very quick way of getting self-realization. Otherwise, there are four ways to get attainment of moksha, as Jnana Marga, Karma Marga, Dhyana Marga, and then Bhakti Marga. But it is also to be very clearly understood that Bhakti is the component which is found in all the three margas, Jnana Marga, Karma Marga, and Jnana Marga. Again, their bhakti is required. So Shri Krishna has explained bhakti yoga in the 12th Adhyayana of the Gita. So with these words, I am concluding my this short essay or my submission. And Namaskar, and I am very happy to be here to listen to Rudra Adhyay. That was very, very peaceful. And Dr. Raghavan, you are very, very, very highly noble soul, and I pranam to you. Namo Namah. Sarvebhyo Namo Namah. Our Honorable C.L. Prabhakar ji, he is no parallel in this India, in this world, without any kamna. He is serving the jigyasus, he is serving the aspirants and the anuragis of the Vedas. So I pranam, मैं उनको भी प्रणाम करती हूँ. नमस्कार.
Thank you, Madam. Raghav Garu, please, if you have some remarks.
Namaste, madam. Thank you so much for taking your time and presenting here in this Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra 2-day celebrations, annual celebrations, and also releasing the Veda Ganga 31st volume. And it shows the love toward the love you have towards the Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra is indeed commendable, and also for your wonderful presentation. Thank you so much, madam. Namaskar.
Yes, and wonderfully, madam, you have talked about bhakti and surrender, sharanagati. Taking concepts of devotion and focusing on Tulsi Ramayanam, and you've given very nice examples, Hanuman and Vibhishna's surrender, and even you touched Arjuna, Krishna's relationships, and you very nicely bridged the concepts of bhakti and surrender in both Mahabharata and Ramayana. Thank you so much. So, with that, we will move on to the next talk.
Shashi Tiwari for her participation, finding time and to be with us and see the deliberations, because she is interested. She is just connected to world. No, this is just a region in India only, but it is rising to the world level, and so many people are participating. Just now we have got that Vidya Sangeeta. She is from the Iowa Maharshi University, Ayurveda professor. So when I say the world, then in America also included. So she is also going to present her paper. Very nice and very happy to all people. Thank you, Shashi Tiwari. You are there to represent the entire world of waves, both India and outside world and all that. Thank you very much. Now,
I am honored. And be prepared to win that 2026
yeah,
conference. Iowa.
International conference at Iowa.
Study will be there also. Sindhu Shankar, I hope she will be also there.
Very nice.
Thanks,
And
madam.
Kamala Arora.
Kamala ji, yes, if you can please.
Ji, how are you? I remember you many times.
Okay. Shashi is so nice of you to remember me, and I remember you too. But I have not been keeping too well for the last 1 year, and of course now come out of it. But I'm feeling terribly weak and not up to the mark. So I was just thinking, you have given me a chance to speak today on Swami, my favorite subject, but I'm unable to. So I have prepared a paper and I've requested my son to present it on my behalf. I've prepared the slides on Swami's um, philosophy and the value of it in modern times. So kindly permit me to ask my son to present it on my behalf, the slides. And I hope you enjoy it. And please give me the strength to write and work more for Bhagwan's
Name
work.
of your and
Thank
what
you
is
so much. And my
what is
son,
the name?
Prem
And
Kumar.
what is
And the topic of speech of the paper is the value of Swami's philosophy in modern times. And can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Yes, madam,
Yeah.
yes.
So
Yeah.
this is Prem Kumar. His name is also given by Swami himself, and he has been a student of Baba. So I've requested him to present these slides to you. I'm sure he will do better than I can. And please accept my forgiveness for this. Thank you so much. Here is Prem presenting the slides.
Namaskar to
Prem.
everyone. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So this is a paper that my mother had written, and I've tried to extract this into 4 slides. The topic on Swami's 100th year of his advent. This year happens to be his 100th year of advent. So the topic tries to encompass what he stood for, which is to provide the Vedic teachings and Vedic heritage to the current contemporary times in a manner that would be understood by the population at large. So, Mummy's paper is From Veda to Life, a Vedic compass for our times. And this is based on the four principles that he taught us, which is Satya, Dharma, Shanti, Prema. So, essentially, what the paper talks about is that the Vedas originally address the seeker who typically, resided in the forest. And Sai Baba tried to take the teachings of the Vedas, which are relevant across ages, that are always relevant, but he tried to make it accessible to everyone at large in today's world. So this slide essentially captures 4 points and how they have been translated to today's time. So the original Vedic expression is presented on the left here, and Swami's translation is on the right. So essentially, the principal thing that he taught us was Satyam Vada Dharmam Chara, which is, I think, taken from the Taittiriya Upanishad. And he translated that into the four universal human values of Satya, Dharma, Shanti, and Prema. He took the yagnas and rituals which have been expressed very beautifully in various Vedas, and he translated that into today's time in the form of seva, and he taught the population at large to do seva as a living form of worship, as a living form of yagnas and rituals, to derive same benefit or the same learning. He took moksha, which is the principal goal of the of of humans and the population at large. And he took that and translated that into character transformation. And he said, you can control your character today. And this is something that you can actionably work on as a reasonable goal. He took the texts and all the texts and the various teachings from the Vedas, which were intended for seekers and scholars, and he tried to translate that into teaching for everyone. So essentially, what he tried to do was to take the ancient wisdom and make it more portable for the householder, the student, the parent, or anyone doing their normal and routine activities. Like I'd already mentioned, the four values he taught us was Satya, Dharma, Shanti, Prema, and that translated into a living form of wisdom, a form of wisdom that becomes your compass for a day-to-day activity. And the way we understood, or what is being presented in Mami's paper, is Satya translates into discernment. So when we say Satya or righteous or truth rather, it basically means discern amongst all the misinformation and over information that is present today, and stick to your integrity. Dharma translates into clarity. And one quick test that he often taught us was listen to your conscience, because it knows what the righteous path or the dharmic path is. Shanti, he taught us in the form of steadiness. So anchor from your consciousness, and always listen to what your inner anchor is telling you. And as we are all aware, nowadays we are all anxious about various things. So he tried to teach us to attain the form of steadiness and then attain Shanti. And Prema was basically translated in the form of humanization, seeing the other as yourself, seeing everybody as a form of Paramatma, and acting with compassion and acting with empathy. And of course, this teaching was also translated into action. And the three pillars around education, healthcare, and seva. Education, of course, he offered free of cost education, very high quality education, starting at the primary level, going up to PhD. Try to build character over credentials. Healthcare offered super specialty hospital care without any charge. And seva, he brought water, he brought food, he brought other forms of relief to people who needed it. And all of the while, he did not collect any fees. Of course, he did not seek any conversion from various religions. All faiths were honored, and service was offered in the form of spirituality. So this is the wisdom which is in action, which is basically his philosophy. And my mother's paper basically ends with this question, through the 100 years of his advent, do we reflect these values in whatever form, in how we think, speak, and act in every day of our life? And it ends with a prayer that may Satya be our guiding, may Satya guide our thinking, may Dharma guide our actions, may Shanti steady our minds, and may Prema widen our hearts. So that's, in short, a summary of a paper. Would you like to add anything more?
I think that is all. And you wanted to show them slides?
I've already shown
You have shown.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is all that we could present today. So I'll be, of course, wanting any other time you want me to speak. If I am okay by Baba's grace, I will definitely be able to do that. And I must share with you one very important thing.
Can you still hear us, everyone?
Yes, we
Yeah,
can
yeah,
hear you.
of course.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that my doctorate thesis has been taken and published by uh, Swami's Trust, and this doctorate has been done through Delhi University under the direct guidance of Baba himself. And he made me to write 9 chapters, and it is now available in Bhagwan's publication trust. I'm trying to put it online. If anybody wants, we will be able to offer.
And if anybody wants, they can also write to us. We'll ship it anywhere in the world.
Anywhere in the world, we can ship it. I want Swami's philosophy to go all around the world so that we become better being and more loving being. And there will be no need of any atom bomb or bhumi or anything. That is my prayer to Bhagwan to guide us so that we become better people. That's all, sir. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Shashi. Thank you, Prabhakarji, and all the scholars present here. And I'm sorry for not being able to present the paper myself, but I will do it once I'm a little better. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank you
Kamala
so
Rajan.
much,
Thank you, Prem Kumar.
Kamala
Thank you.
Arora ji, and also Prem Kumar ji.
Thank you, ma'am.
It is a wonderful aspects that Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba brought out in his mission of love, and you
Yes.
have brought out very wonderfully in just 4 slides. And
Thank you so much.
Bhagavan, when he said in Puttaparthi that you people can chant Sri Rudram, crores
Yes.
of people across the world,
Yes.
that is whether he is Hindu or whoever, the Christian or whoever. So without that nationality or anything, so people are chanting Sri Rudram in a way
Yes.
how an Indian chants Vedam and Sri Rudram. They have been chanting, and as you rightly said, yajna yagas are very important, which Bhagavan said and Veda said first, and then Bhagavan said, though Bhagavan said, and he first did that one in 2005 and 6 and other places in Brindavan of Bengaluru and Chennai, all these places where he said, where he himself performed Atirudras, 11 days of chanting, 13,464 times of chanting Sri Rudram by 120 Vedic scholars as Ritviks. So this is all Bhagavan's mission. And his mission, really, he only knows. Nobody knows what is his mission.
Exactly,
And
sir.
his mission
Very correct.
is wonderful. And it is now, though he is not in the physical body, still he is living in Puttaparthi and giving darshan to the people across the world. People are coming to Puttaparthi, and the centenary celebrations were a grand success throughout the world, and with silver rathas and gold rathas and everything, wherever it is not the and such a wonderful human being form of God, Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Thank you so much for bringing out this wonderful presentation, Prem Kumar ji and
Thank you,
Srimati
sir.
Srimati Arora ji. Thank you.
Yeah, and
Namaskar.
thank
Thank you
you,
so much.
Utpal
Thank you,
Garu.
everyone.
Rajgopalan sir, I don't know if you had some remarks to add.
Yeah. Oh, that will be nice. Yes.
He is also one important bhakta in Memphis, USA. For the past several years, he is here, but devoted to Swami. And in fact, I
Okay.
should tell that in case of Kamala Arora is not able to come and all that, but as an alternative arrangement, I requested him to present, to prepare a paper on love and peace from the words of, from the voice of Swami, because he always does like that. And also, I would say that I had also opportunity to go to some Sai Center in Marthalli, Bangalore for 6 weeks and deliver talks on Rudram and Chamakam and Mahanyasam. And large number of Sai devotees and all people were present. So that is one immediate opportunity. And I don't want to speak about Swami and my experience. Everybody has got so much. Because in fact, we were able to perform the India conference in Bangalore in 2004 or so because of
Yeah.
his grace, and we gave invitation to him. He blessed it, and so many Sai Bhaktas also, Kamala Arora and Arora ji and all people, they took a lead and saw that in Bangalore, Agricultural University, the
Yes, that
conference
was kind of Swami. Yes.
more than
He
200
gave us a chance.
delegates were there, and Shashi Tiwari and Bhudev Sharma. In fact, Bhudev Sharma, who started the waves in Atlanta along with his friends, he came and stayed for 2 nights in our house in Bangalore. Oh, so much is there to talk about the conference and Swami's contract, and we presented a souvenir to him. It was so good. Anyway, so just briefly, our Rajgopalan, because I assigned some duty for him, he learns Veda from us every Monday, Tuesday from MCs, and so now Rajgopal.
Sairam, everybody.
Thank you.
Dr. Kamala
Thank you,
Arora,
Veda.
thanks for presenting it. And it is like we are trying to talk about the ocean in a 20 minutes is very difficult because Swami is a ocean. And when Swami was asked what is the purpose of his birth, he said one of the things he said was Veda Samrakshana. And that is the very purpose. And also for protecting the good and they're destroying the evil. Even though in this Kali Yuga, evil exists in every individual, so you cannot destroy them. He said it will be a transformation rather than a destruction. So he and also he used many means to educate people through talks and through service and also through singing. And also he used to sing simple songs, and every song is a Mula Mantra itself. Love is my form, truth is my breath, bliss is my food. So the people who adore him in the physical form can also embrace that message and try to live that life. So whether it is the humanity, like Sai Bhajani Bina Sukha Shanti Nihi. So when it comes to Shanti, where it is, because only through bhajanas, contemplation, and being connected to divinity. Thanks a lot for the wonderful presentation. And Swami, we are so fortunate. We seen Swami, touched Swami, and heard Swami. Sarah.
Thank you, Rajagopal sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kamala Arora and Prem Kumar. So we'll move on to the next talk. We have Dr. Sindhu Shankar.
No, right? Don't, Sangeeta, please.
Okay. So you want Sangeeta? Yes. Okay. Yes, Dr. Sangeeta, she's professor of Ayurveda at Maharishi University, Fairfield, Iowa. She is going to give us a talk related to Ayurveda derived from the epics. Yeah, madam, please.
Namaste everyone. Gurubhyo Namaha. Share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, we can do it. If you can put it in presentation mode. Yes, we can see. Yes, thanks.
So today my talk is Daiva Vyapashraya Chikitsa in Ayurveda. So it's a vast subject. It can take hours together to just talk on this particular aspect. But we will try to touch some base with some of the points. So the Nirukti of Daiva Shabdam, I have all experts here. So I'll just make it very, simple. So Deva Sura Sura Yonischa. So this is the Nirukti given by Dalhana. Dalhana was a Tikakara of Sushruta Samhita. So whatever I'm picking up or talking today, I'm directly connecting it from Ayurvedic classical texts. So here he says Daiva means divine or celestial. And then the next word is Vyapashraya. So it is Visheshena Ashrayam is Vyapashraya. That means that which is dependent, that is which is relying upon or reliance on or trusting to. So Daiva Vyapashraya Chikitsa. These are the three words. So the therapy which is divine or which is celestial or which is connected to those elements which helps in management of diseases or health conditions. Actions performed in the previous life, which is apariharya, unavoidable, avinashi, eternal, and anubandhika, continues in this life, is known as daiva. So in Charaka Samhita, in Vimanasthana, Acharya talks about two things. He says daiva and purushakara. So he says the deeds which you've done or the karmas which you have done in your past life is called as daiva, and the karma or the actions which you are doing in this life is purushakara. So on that basis, again we can understand the meaning of daiva here, because we are saying that deeds of previous life which will become a hetu for a disease in particular time in this life is called as daiva. So there are two interpretations or definitions or nirukti of the word daiva. Actually, when we talk about chikitsa or treatment or management, Charaka in Charaka Sutra 11th chapter, Trisheshni Adhyayam, he says Aushadham is three types, or management or chikitsa can be three types. And he gives first importance to Daiva Vyapashraya Chikitsa. Then he says Yukti Vyapashraya, and the third one he says Satvavajaya Chikitsa. So Daiva Vyapashraya means divine or spiritual therapies, and we will go in detail. Yukti Vyapashraya is rational or logical therapies, where we are using the yukti, where the Vaidya is using his intellect, yukti, and dealing with the client to change the lifestyle, the diet, and some herbs or panchakarma or shodhana, whatever practically the Vaidya is doing. Satvavajaya, this is mind-based therapy, psychological, withdrawal of mind from harmful subjects. So there is also a list of do's and don'ts mentioned by Acharya that, and today's world, I think we are in dire need of Satvavajaya Chikitsa, because everything is starting from there and connecting and creating the lots of chaos around us. So Daiva Vyapashraya focuses on conditions linked to, today we will only focus on Daiva Vyapashraya Chikitsa. So it is linked to the past actions, unseen forces, or when ordinary measures fail. So, okay, client comes to me, I look into the problems and I say, oh, well, this you have to do, this you should not do, and these are your do's and don'ts, and come back after 6 weeks or 4 weeks. Client comes back again and says, no improvement at all. I've tried to do everything what you have told me. Then the point comes in the mind of the Vaidya, like, okay, it's not just the yukti which I am putting on. I have to look into other aspects also. And what is the client going through and in which way we can handle it. So in the 11th chapter on Charaka's, statement, Chakrapani gives a commentary. He says, it does Sadhyo Vyadhi Prashamana. So Daiva Vyapashraya Chikitsa relieves the disease immediately. This is what the commentary given by Chakrapani. So what is Daiva Vyapashraya Chikitsa? He says, Tatra Daiva Vyapashrayam Mantra, Aushadhi, Mani, Mangala, Bali, Upahara, Homa, Niyama, Prayaschitta, Upavasa, Swastayana, Pranipatana, Gamanadi. So all these measures or all these modalities come under the heading of Daiva Vyapashraya Chikitsa. We will try to decode this shloka. We will try to understand point wise, maybe not into the details, but we will try to understand the meaning. So when I'm saying the first word mantra, it means chantings or hymns. So it may be referring to the use of sacred hymns or words having spiritual potency mentioned in Rig Veda, Yajurveda, Samaveda, and Adharvaveda, or the Puranas and Itihasas or the Vedangas, where we say that, and now there's lots of research happening, and we all know that how mantra, ucharana or mantras has got that innate energy which, works on helping the physiology. Just a second. Then I will give few examples here in context to Ayurveda. What happens is in Ayurvedic texts, right from the beginning chapter to all the chapters and all the parts of the Samhitas, there are many instances where Acharyas have strongly emphasized on mantra. Right from Bhojana Vidhi, when he talks about taking food, we should start with mantra. Then, even in the treatment aspects, when we go for collection of the herbs, there are certain mantras being told that, okay, one has to recite this mantra before collecting a herb. Even when we start any management or treatment, I'm a Panchakarma specialist. So if I start a Panchakarma therapy for my client, there are certain mantras given which has to be recited before we start the therapy. There are mantras mentioned in different treatment aspects, clinical aspects, right from starting with, I would say, when he has started talking about rasayanas, the first thing he has mentioned is we need to do certain chantings and mantrocharanas before starting rasayana therapies. Or, there are different types of rasayanas. One among them is kupipak. I mean, one among this is like a person is kind of meant to live in a particular place for certain period of time. And before that, also there are certain rituals and mantras being told. In very detail about Sutika Paricharya, where he talks about how to, take care of the pregnant female before delivery. There are certain mantras being mentioned. Again, when a child is born, which particular mantras has to be recited. So Ayurveda is full of Daiva Vyapashraya Chikitsa at different instances and indications of mantras. In the same way, the next is Aushadha. Here, Aushadha means the Aushadha Dharana. So there are definitely Aushadas which we give internally to the clients, but there are also mentioning of wearing potent herbs on the body. And there are specific instances where in Vishachikitsa, Acharyas talks about wearing certain aushadhis on the body. Specific instances where he talks about a Raja or a king has to be given certain herbs to always wear on the body so that it protects him from different kinds of vishas or different kinds of toxins which can create problem. There are instances of wearing different aushadhis for kids when small children are born, and there's a detailed explanation in Kashyapa Samhita where he talks about Graha Chikitsa. Here I doesn't mean Graha means planets, but on different energies which has to be taken care of when a small baby is there or small kid. And that we do in our daily life also. If we are related to the Vedic culture, we emphasize on just simple use of sarshapa to remove the negativity. So these are all mentioned in the classics. Then money. Different gems have been indicated to wear depending upon their astrological importance of this particular person, what Jyotish says or what is required. Different gems have been mentioned and what is their impact on the planetary positions have been mentioned in detail. I would wish to add here from in Maharshi organization, in our Maharshi Foundation, Maharshi ji has approached consciousness-based approach towards management or healing. And when he introduced it to the Western population, he definitely looked into all the aspects, like holistic approach. So it was not just that a Vaidya comes and sees your nadi and just gives you a herb and you're done. So right from meditation till all other aspects, there is one modality which is being developed by Maharshi Ji. It is called gem light therapy. And it's a wonderful technique. So we have experts who do this. So there will be all precious gems which have been fixed on light beams. And the client will be made to lie down on a bed. And all these beams, lights, are focused on the client for a particular duration of time. And they are told to close their eyes and meditate or just to close and lie down. There are wonderful results from gem light therapy, and we have experts who work on that. I'm not the expert, but I have experienced it personally, and many of my clients experience it. They go and they take the sessions, and within 3 sessions, they find huge difference in their physiology. So it's not wearing the gems, it also just the energy coming from the gems also creates a huge difference in the physiology. Then Mangala means auspicious offerings, all kind of auspicious rituals what we perform. Bali. So here Bali means oblations. I as a Vaidya understand that it is practice of self-denial or sacrifice. So sacrificing what? Sacrificing all those actions which we don't have to do or which we should not do or which are needed for our perfect health. So here Bali doesn't just mean that offering something to the god, but it's sacrifice at every level. Then Upahara. So Upahara is the feeding of lower animals. That is also one of the form of Upahara. I would say whatever you want to give, or we emphasize on Danam, we emphasize on giving back to the society, and that is also one of the treatment modality. And that has been mentioned in Shastras at different places that okay, you're suffering with the skin issue, you should donate these things. You're suffering with this disease, these donations or these kind of upaharas or gifts will help you. Homa, this is again a big science, and now of course so much is coming up that how it can be, used scientifically, and many yajnas and homas are mentioned in the classics. I'll give one example of like my own personal experience. I've seen in my family if someone suffered with health issues and we are not finding a solution, we go to the shastra experts or pandits, and when we talk to them, they do specific homas with specific issues, and very detailed description is given in the scriptures. Like okay, these homas are mentioned. They've mentioned about rudrabhishekas in Kashyapa Samhita. I was so astonished. I was reading through so much of literature. I never knew this. That Acharya has mentioned about Rudrabhishekam, and he also mentioned about how many Ghata Abhishekas should be done in which disease. So much particular. Like, okay, if a client is coming to you with diabetes, and if a Pandit has to, suggest Rudrabhishekam, there is a mentioning that, okay, these many Ghata Abhishekas should be done for relieving from this problem. So that much detailed information has been mentioned. Then niyama. When we say niyama, following spiritual rules, and one more step ahead, the do's and don'ts, the rules and regulations which one has to follow to lead a healthy life. And even in yogic culture, we have detailed description of niyamas like saucha, santosha, Ishvara Pranidhana, Swadhyaya. So all those come under the heading of Niyama. Then Prayaschitta. Here it refers to the atonement for evil deeds. So in the past, knowingly or unknowingly, is called as Prayaschitta. Upavasa, it's again so much of science around it, and we in Ayurveda we say Langhanam Paramaushadham. So abstinence from the sins and getting involved in the good guna is called a upavasa, not merely sharira shoshana. So it's not just merely that giving up the food or giving up the water, but upavasa is also getting rid of those actions or those karmas which you should not do, and self-realization to that level. Swasthena, chanting of auspicious hymns. Pranipatana, again surrendering to God. I think this is what a client has to do right from the day one, that if there is some suffering going through in mental health issues or physical health issues, when a client comes to us, we tell it strongly that yes, I am the source from the divine, that I'm trying to help you. But the first thing you have to do is you have to completely surrender without having self-doubt or without doubting the process. Even I tell to my clients that you have come to me, and if you have paid some money and you're doing this consultation, don't create any kind of question mark in your head like, oh, will this work for me? Is whatever she's telling, is it really going to help me? Try to surrender. If you surrender to the system, automatically that faith develops and your action will start giving you the results. Then Gamana, the last one. So Acharya talks about visiting holy places, pilgrim places, and that we know that there are places with different energy levels, and different levels. And even in different other texts, they have mentioned, okay, you're suffering with this problem, you need to visit to this Punya Kshetra. You should go to this Punya Kshetra to, kind of taking care of your problems. And there are many places in India where there are specific mentioning, like, okay, if you have graha doshas, go to this place. If you have to get rid of certain health issues, go to certain places, even relate to menstrual disorders of the females. And that's why in many of our spiritual places, there are certain guidelines. Okay, this is the place where a female should not enter. So there are rules and regulations set up, and there's so much science behind it. It's not just told like that in the air. So we were trying to understand the meaning of the shloka of Daiva Vyapashra Chikitsa. I'm giving just few examples out of that huge ocean, vast ocean, from the classical texts. So I'm picking this example. This is exclusively just picked from Jvara Chikitsa Adhyaya, from Charaka Chikitsa Sthana, 3rd chapter, from verses 310 to 314, where Acharya says, in Vishama Jvara Chikitsa, where, the condition is that client is not recovering and there are continuous relapses happening and a complicated condition is coming up. Acharya says that prayer should be offered to Lord Ishvara or Shiva along with Uma and their attendants, and Ganas also, Shiva Ganas and Shiva Parvati. If the prayers are done, it immediately cures the Vishamajvara. There is a very wonderful indication of recitation of Sahasranama, Vishnu Sahasranama, who has, chief of the Charachara, moving and non-moving things of the universe, and who is omnipresent, cures all types of jvara. I am just reading the translation of the shloka. This is all which is written in the text. I am just reading the translation. When it comes to Vishnu Sahasranama, we know that it has been mentioned in Mahabharata when Bhishma is, telling it to Yudhishthira, and how he's trying to explain that how Vishnu Sahasranama, the Falashruti itself is amazing. So we understand, and now there are many researches being done. I just read one paper yesterday where I saw, and the research was done in a medical college where a client comes to them with a high blood pressure. And they have given him to recite, told him the first experts were, trained. The person was trained by the experts how to do the Ucharana. And then they were told him to do the recitation for 12 weeks. And after 12 weeks, they have observed that a drastic improvement in his blood pressure and other issues. So they are now strongly connecting, and there are many neurophysiologists and neurophysicians and neurosurgeons who are working in this field, like how these mantras are affecting the brain. And I'm very blessed to be a part of Maharshi organization, where there are more than 500 papers were published on transcendental meditation. So now they're proving it scientifically that how meditation or sadhana or mantrucharana or all these things help in improving the health. And recently, American Heart Association has mentioned that TM, doing meditation, transcendental meditation, as a daily routine can help in managing blood pressure. So American Heart Association has mentioned it in their guidelines, in their protocol, where they revise it every year. So this year, when they have put it the guidelines, they've mentioned that TM can help in reducing the blood pressure. So we are trying to now connect this very strongly with the scientific outlook. Offering,
Sangeeta,
again in Jvara Chikitsa.
Sangeeta, you may please conclude in the next 2 minutes.
Yes, sir, definitely. So they're also mentioning of different types of yajnas and homas in Jvara Chikitsa. There again, in epidemic diseases, in Janapadodvamsa, Acharya talks about, worshipping Lord Shiva. In psychological conditions, in wherever there are psychiatric issues, there is a long details of how Lord Shiva has to be mentioned, prayed, and the Gana Puja has to be done, and also all the Daiva Vyapashra Chikitsa is mentioned in detail. So what is the concept behind it? If an individual follows adharma, in spite of he being healthy, his agni is working nicely, his metabolism is good, he's following all the physical do's and don'ts. But if he's doing adharma, that affects his normal dhatu poshana, which results in the manifestation of disease. This is mentioned in the text. Adharma in the form of kaika, vachika, mansika, either of iha janma or purva janma, will definitely result in the manifestation of the disease. So that is where Daiva Vyapashraya Chikitsa comes in action. So we can also work on prevention aspect. If suppose there are Bija Dushti related problems, genetic disorders being seen in the kids. So if the couple thinks about it prior only and thinks of doing certain rituals and homas, like Putreshti Yagna is mentioned in Ayurveda. Here Putra means not just the male child, putra means progeny. So for having a good progeny, they have also mentioned yagna, that okay, you do this and then you go for conception, then you will have a healthy progeny. In the same way, karmaja vyadis. So see, we know that there is purva janma krita karma and which is going to impact in this life, but Acharya says that strengthening of your deeds in this life or your karma will nullify the effect of your purva janma krita karma. We sometimes see people, developing a huge improvement in their health just by making a difference in their way of lifestyle or their way of thinking. So even impact of astrology, like looking into the Jyotish part and doing the possible corrections. This is again Daiva Vyapashraya Chikitsa. I would even add the point of Vastu, the place where you live, the direction of your house, the direction of your bed, and different other aspects also impact the health. And that is also a Daiva Vyapashraya modality. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Sangeeta, Madam. Absolutely great talk. Very interesting topics. Raghav Garu, you want to summarize?
Yeah, very useful one in the Ayurveda front, which is the Upaveda of Vedas. As she rightly said, that it is very well mentioned, several of the mantras of in Rigveda, Yajurveda, and Samaveda, and Atharvaveda, and mostly in Atharvaveda, which is the recent period of Veda among the four Vedas. So this chikitsa is absolutely important, and as she mentioned, I also really trust that without mantra, the Ayurveda does not work. Thank you so much, Dr. Sangeeta.
Thank you so
So
much for giving this
I
opportunity.
just want to tell Dr. Shashi Tiwari has introduced the Vedic sciences and Ayurveda sciences as a theme of the international conference in her own place, that is Iowa, in the Maharshi International University. So it's really interesting to connect the Vedic sciences. Moreover, whatever ways out modalities to escape the karma and also the Vishajwaras and all that, we have hundreds of texts. She said Vishnu Sahasranam. Nowadays, the Saundarya Lahari also is another one. Narayaniyam is another one. And like that. In fact, we had in our Kendra an important doctor. He's called Nalgirkar. He lived in, he was a very close associate of Maharshi Yogi, and he moved so many universities also propagating the transcendental meditation. In fact, there was one time soon after my PhD, an invitation from Maharshi Yogi to come and join his university, and all that was there. But somehow I'm to be like this, so I didn't join there at that time. But anyway, see, there are ways and means which will be appropriately connecting and improving our lifestyles and life programs. And all that upaharas he said about mantra, tantra, oshadhi, upahasa, swasti. Swasthena sukta is another time in the Veda. That swasthena sukta contains 17 times swasti, 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 beating the head of all gods, that they cannot escape but grant swasti to the devotee. So this manner, we have so many things and very nicely presented. In fact, to catch Sangeeta is a hard problem. But anyway, we were able to get her, and she is on the run also. But it is really interesting that it's not my work, it's all Rama's work, and Vyasa Bhagavan's work and Valmiki's work. And our Shishiji is having some ideas to tell us. Please, Maji.
Muted, Shashiji. You have to unmute.
No, you unmute, please. Yeah, now.
This is the first time I am listening to Dr. Sangeeta Sharma, and I am really very impressed by your style of presentation. Very, very, very impressive. So the question is coming in my mind that all these upayas or whatever you say then are to be perform equally independently, or they can be joined. 4 or 5 or 6 or 7
So it
maybe joined.
depends. Yeah, so it depends upon the condition, and that's what I'm saying. Very detailed explanation is given in the text. Like do this particular thing for this health issue. So it is an overall understanding of this Daiva Vyapashraya Chikitsa. I have just given you a broader understanding. So it depends what health condition, what situation you're in. And I say that collaboration, mutual collaboration is important. I am not a Vedic expert. I am not a Pandit, or I am not a Shastri of that particular science. But I can definitely guide or direct my client to that particular person that, hey, I think you need guidance. Why don't you show your Jyotish? Why don't you just. And being a part of this wonderful community here in Maharshi University, I was so amazed when I came here. All the people in the community, all of them are Westerners, and they do their Jyotish every year. They show their Jyotish to the astrologer, and then they come to me and they say, Vaidya, you know what? My Jyotish says I'm having Saturn in this position and this in this position, and my astrologer has told that now you have to focus on your gut health. So this is so beautiful how Maharshi Ji has tried to bring everything in a single platform, and working holistically in all the ways in the management of health of an individual.
Then it will be more effective.
More effective. Thank you so much, Sashi Ji.
Thank
It
you,
means
madam.
a lot to me that you said you have impressed.
Full presentation. I am very impressed because
Thank you so much.
the way of presentation that time was okay.
Yes,
Thank you
thank
so
you.
much for
Thank you
giving me
all.
this
Thank you so much.
opportunity. I have to log out due to some
Yes, we
important reason.
understand. Thank you,
Thank
madam.
you so much, Prabhakar sir.
Saying that Hasranam is from Puranas and Vedas and every Shastra. They are Ayurvedics try to include in their Chikitsa.
Yes. Thank you, madam. Thank you. So we'll move on to the next talk. We'll have Sri Ramachandru, please take the stage. He will talk on technological foresight and adaptation survival in Ramayana and Mahabharata. So I'll be projecting his slides. So he's traveling in the middle of place. So I will project and he will be talking. Ramachandru, please.
Yeah, we
Thank you
request
so
all
much,
the
Prasad
speakers.
Garu.
Ramachandra, just 1 second. We request all the speakers to kindly maintain their time of 15 to 20 minutes, as Professor Prabhakar said in the beginning. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Sabhaya Namaha, Sri Mahaganathapataya Namaha, Sri Mahasaraswataya Namaha, Sri Gurubhyo Namaha, Hare Om. I lost my voice because of the cold and other things. Hope it is clear now. So,
Yes, we can hear you. Please.
okay. Fine, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you, Guruji, for giving me an opportunity to talk about this important topic from Ramayana and Mahabharata. So, as everyone knows that Ramayana and Mahabharata and Bhagavatam are the foundational text for the Sanatana Dharma, where the righteousness and then dharmic things, do's, don'ts, and then so many things. It's several hundreds and then thousands of do's and don'ts, niyamas, and then the principles have been mentioned, described clearly in the form of stories and then symbolic languages in the great epics. And then we not only apart from the dharmas and all, we know about the history and then what happened and the geographies and then how the ancient civilization was. Everything was mentioned in clear, in detail in Ramayana, Mahabharata. So from today, I would like to emphasize only thing is how sophisticated was the ancient engineering, civil engineering, architecture, and the leadership qualities during the ancient times by taking the references from the Ramayana and Mahabharata. Firstly, I would like to talk about from the Ramayana. from the urban technology. That means, so how the cities were constructed during the Ramayana period. That is, Ramayana happened in 24th Mahayuga, and then currently like we are in 28th Mahayuga, and then which is Kali Yuga is running now. So when you calculate the time based on that one, it will be approximately more than 2.6 or 2.8 million years ago. The actual Ramayana Valmiki mentioned has happened. That means during that time itself, how sophisticated, how advanced the urban cities and then technology. I would like to emphasize it. And so, if you refer to the Balakanda, 5th chapter, they have explained about the Ayodhya city, how the Ayodhya city was constructed. So I'll just quote a very few shlokas just for reference as a proof that it was exist as it was mentioned. It's not my thought, but it is given by the Valmiki Maharshi. So it is Ayata Dashadvecha Yojanadi Mahapuri Srimati Trini Vistirna Suvibhakta Mahapatha Rajamargena Mahata Suvibhaktena Shobhita Mukta Pushpava Kirnena Jalashaktina Nityashaha Kavata Toranavantim Suvibhaktantarapanaam Sarvayanthrayudhavatim. Remember this word, Sarvayanthrayudhavatim Upetam Sarvashilpibhihi. And Swanta Magadha Sambadham Srimati Matalaprabham Uchhartala Dhvajavatim Shatagni Shatashankalam. Remember this word also, Shatagni. And then Chitra Mashtapatakaram Naranari Ganairyutam Sarvaratna Smakirnam Vimana Graha Shobhitam. Remember this word also, Vimana Graha Shobhitam. So they have mentioned about the area of Ayodhya was 12 yojanas in length and then 3 yojanas width. Sir, you can go back to the previous slide where the shlokas reference given. Yeah, this is one. 12 yojanas in length and then 3 yojanas width, which is approximately 1 yojana is 8 miles. And there is a differences between 1 yojana is equal to 8 miles equal to 13 kilometers. One rule is there. 15 kilometers, one rule is there. If I calculate based on the 13 kilometers, it comes around 6,000 square kilometers. If I calculate based on the 15 kilometers, one yojana, that means it comes around 8,100 square kilometers. That is the area of the city. You can imagine the magnitude of the city. It is almost 10 to 15 times bigger than the current Hyderabad city. Both Hyderabad and Secunderabad together, it consists of around 650 square kilometers only. But imagine the magnitude of that particular city, how sophisticated it was constructed. It was clearly explained that there is no ups and then downs, and it was completely flattered. And then on top of that, they have laid a sophisticated, widespread roads, and then very well planned, streets, and then markets, and then everything. Raja Prasada, the kings will be living in one place, and then everybody based on the Varnashram, everybody allocated with the specific places to live. And then at the same time, it was very well protected with so many yantras, that means machines, and then shatagris, that missiles. That complete city was protected with the missiles and then yantras, and then so many chariots, and then so many elephants, and then ashwas, and then it's beyond imagine. So what I've done is, and then always also mentioned that it was having a very trading, like in a Mumbai, if you go to the BSC Wall, like in New York, you can say that Wall Street is meant for all the trading and then all people, business people, right? Like this, and then some other places, but different places were allocated for different purposes. Like that, in Ayodhya city also, there was a place where people from different countries comes and then do the trading and then do the business and there. And then it was abundance of gemstones, precious stones, values, and it was so much mentioned about in that one. And also every house is like, most of the houses are like multi-storied buildings, it was mentioned. So I've taken with the help of GenAI, right? I've generated a couple of pics based on the same description that Valmiki Maharshi has given. These are the pictures that you can see that how beautiful the city was, how huge the city was. It's not that easy to construct such kind of cities. If you can go to the next slide, sir. Sorry, next slide. Can you please go? Yeah. Yeah, this is the one. This is the multi-storied buildings and then widespread roads where it can fit into a chariot. If anybody would have gone to Puri, right? Current Puri, how big the roads will be there to accommodate the chariot and then several lakhs of people to go in the main path, right? In the same way. Same thing like we can observe in the Mysore city also. Any one of the city, like ancient cities were constructed like that. And then go to the next slide, sir. Yeah, this is what they have mentioned about it. This is a very important point actually. I would like to emphasize this. They have constructed houses with the walls embedded with the precious stones and then precious metals like gold and then silver. It's not that easy to embed a stone precisely a car on the stone carving on the walls, which is made out of granite kind of stones. You can go to the next slide, sir. Next slide. Yeah, this is the one. This is the picture which is as a living proof taken from the Taj Mahal palace actually. If anybody would have gone to Taj Mahal, these are the carvings that appears on the Taj Mahal walls. These are the carvings not made out of any painting or anything, but these are made out of like a precious stones, which was carved. So that requires advanced, inlay engineering and the long-term material performance, that how much performance, how many years of how many centuries that will go without any repairs or anything. That kind of knowledge they should be acquiring. And the metallurgical and gemological inlays, and then how the ivory work can be done. If anybody would have gone to Mysore Palace also, they can easily observe that ivory work and then very interesting art work. And then advanced metallurgy knowledge also will be required, and on what temperature the metal should be melt, and then how it can be embedded on the stone thing. This is what the technology that they would have used that time, which we have lost because of the so many invasions and all. But thing is, still 16th and century, 17th, 18th century also, people are having such kind of knowledge transmitted from the generations to generations. And this is what the technology. And then go to the next slide, sir. And this is the first point I would like to emphasize. The second point which I would like to concentrate on high capacity transport and the logistics. That means it's not only about how well constructed the city was, but thing is they have mentioned about how do they do the military transport and then what kind of roads they've made during that time. That also they've clearly explained it in the Ramayana. So when Rama went on exile, right? He goes to Bharadwaj Ashram. Being known about that thing, when Bharata came to know, he asked his subordinates to clear a path and then make the arrangements to meet Rama by going there. For that one, Bharata was planning with the 60,000 chariots. 60,000 chariots, imagine the volume of that. 60,000 chariots and then n number of elephants and then horses and then so many people and then so many cattle and then these things and then food arrangements and then you name everything. That was clearly mentioned in the Ayodhya Kanda, Sarga's 80th Sarga, 83rd, 84th, 89th. It was clearly displayed line by line and on what kind of things they have done. How did they make the wide roads which can be accommodated several millions of people to travel on that road? What they have mainly mentioned about is, if you can go to the slide, sir, 14, technical roles and then workforce organization. They have mentioned about the surveyors, measurement experts, and then engineers, architects, civil engineers, excavators, and then with the help of machines, they have made the level the roads, and then they have done that. And then well diggers, and then carpenters, craftsmen, basket makers, and then plantation people, and then to take care of the cattle people, and then cooks, supervisors, coordinators, you name anything, everything was very well constructed. And also they mentioned that they have created a road with the cement topping that, and you can't even imagine that. They've made the road and then leveled it on top of that thing. They've used some cement kind of thing, but not the nowadays cement, but ancient time cement is made out of clay and then calcium carbonate and then some other secret materials. With the help of that thing, they used to create the mosaic flooring kind of thing. That was they have constructed it, and then rock cutting techniques also they've used. And then wherever small canals are there, they have constructed bridges also. And in addition to all these things, right, they have ensured that the roads can fit all the military vehicles. That means chariots and then all these things without having any hassle. And then they have constructed a footpaths also alongside of that thing, beautiful trees and then fruit trees, flower trees, and then aramas means for cows there is a separate shelters, horses separate shelters, elephants separate shelters, based on the animals, donkeys separate shelters, camels separate shelters, humans separate shelters. It will be amazed if anyone can read through these each and every shloka. Considering the time factor, right? I'm not doing anything that thing. And then they have done that. Sir, if we can go to the next slide. So with the help of AI, just I created a picture, with the same description. This is what the thing, like the same, we can imagine also that much widespread roads with the beautiful carvings and then other things on the roads. This is what without having any technology or engineering, right? Engineering abilities, nobody can even imagine such kind of things can happen even in the fiction stories also. This is what I have mentioned it. That's the first part. Second part in the transportation section is, you know, when Bharata want to cross the Shringi they have halted it, but they need to cross Ganga river to meet Bharadwaj ashram. So to cross the river, that time there was no bridges on the major rivers. So how do they cross? Then Guha, the king, tribal king, Guha is a friend of Rama, was having 500 big ships. His naval force is 500 ships with 100 people in each and every ship. That means 50,000 people were there to transport that one. Those ships are not a small ships, but capable of ferrying these military vehicles from here to there. They have clearly explained it. All the chariots and then elephants, everything was transported from one side of the river to other side of the bank within a day. That means morning they have come, and then evening by evening, entire the millions of people and then everybody was transported to the other side of the bank. Isn't it amazing that like we always just read through as a story, but thing is it's not a story, but it's not. It's about the sophisticated the structure that they would have had during the Ramayana period. Same thing he has explained in the Lanka city also. That was a Lanka city, indeed the most beautiful city that ever built in the human history. We can say that in a Puranic history also. That's amazing. Such kind of things. And these are the technology that they have mentioned about it. It requires precision planning, operational things, and the management, and so many other factors, right? Transportation, deep knowledge about the logistics, and you can't even imagine that the volume of here 10 to 20 lakh people will be just within a single day with along with the different heavy loads and then materials have been transported from one side of the river to other side of the river. It's not that easy task. Okay, I think I have taken already 14 minutes. I'll just try to conclude in next 4 to 6 minutes. Okay, this is what explained in the Ramayana. Now I'll switch my topic to Mahabharata. Um, there is a geography mentioned about in the Mahabharata Bhishma Parvam. So if you can go to the sir slide number, yeah, this is what. So how the entire universe, the entire Earth will be look like from the moon side, from the moon perspective in a mirror shape. That's what they have explained it. It looks like two people lives, and then it appears like a rabbit. If you can see that Eurasia, Europe, Asia, and then Africa, it look appear like a inverted rabbit, and then whereas North America, South America will be appeared like a two people leaves. That means people leaves Ravi Patras, I know Ashwatha Patras. That same map has been mentioned, and then there are a lot of researchers have been done. You can find out those papers also there. So that's what, just for reference, I've mentioned it. This was happened in the Bhishma Parva. And then go to the next slide, sir. And then there are several things mentioned about Rajniti and the leadership qualities and all these things. But I would like to emphasize three things here. And two things here. One thing is importance of secondary skills and then mastering in the secondary skills so that that can be very helpful during the hard times. So you all know that Ajñatavasa, Pandavas, and then who lived like kings and then Maharajas and Chakravarti, Dharmaraja was a Chakravarti, but thing is left with nothing. And then they simply went to the exile, lived in the forest. And then 1 year they have to live without being identified by anybody. It's not that easy, right? And then they were tapasvis, and then anybody can find them. But having learned these things and then to without like to hide from someone with their actual abilities, and then they'll have to live like a different skills. For that one, they have already learned that being a Draupadi Rajamata, she's a queen. She was a queen, but thing is, she acted like a siren three, who is like a decorator and then like a makeup girl kind of that vritti. And then Yudhishthira, he was assisting like a Kanika, that means like advisor and then dice player. Bhima, who was a ferocious warrior, right? He was acting like a Vallava, he was a cook. And then Arjuna, who was a ferocious warrior and then Jagadeka Veera, but he acted like a Natyacharya. He learned Natya from Natya Shastra from Urvashi, Devavesha Urvashi. And then Nakula Sahadevas were taking care like a Ashwas, and then Sahadeva was taking care of like a Pashupalaka. like this. And then they have created Ashwarudin Shastra by Nakula, and then cows related one Shastra was created by Sahadeva, like that. So they mastered in the secondary skill. At times when there was nothing and then there is no question of very difficult for the period, difficult period comes up, they were able to successfully, uh, live like, and then they overcome the situation. So it is the lesson for all of us. So when Corona kind of situations are when no job is there, and then we have to master in some of the other secondary skills so that like we can be able to survive in the universe. That's a good lesson from the Mahabharata. And then you can see that pictures and all. And then other thing I would like to mention about it because of the time factor, like Uttara Gograhanam, they mention about the clear strategy. So one side Arjuna, other side entire Kaurava army. You can't even imagine that because nobody can stand against like Bhishma or Drona in her dreams also. But Arjuna was a single person without no any army, nothing, only with a Gandiva and then a couple of arrows. That's it. Nobody else. And then imagine that millions and millions of entire army having this. But thing is, his target was to protect the cows, but not to win the war. He did that. And then when Bhishma, Drona, and then everybody came for battle, he used his tactics and then different various kind of strategies to escape them. At the same time, he did not run away from the war. He defeated them. He escaped from using a different techniques, tactics, and then he defeated everyone and then brought back the cows back to the King Virata. That was a greatest lesson. So this is a very much important for any one of the entrepreneurs and all. When they start any company, right, and then they'll be getting lots and lots of challenges and all. It will be very difficult for them to survive. But thing is, they need to identify all the challenges. They need to prioritize this, and then they need to give the importance of the challenges to address the challenges or issues, right? The problem should be solved, which can give the benefit, but not the within a less span of time. That is a good lesson from the Arjunas. You can go through the presentation later on. And the last point I would like to say is just one shloka gave the entire management leadership lesson. It is a Gridhra Drishtihi Bakalinaha Swacheshtaha Simhavikramaha Anudvignamaha Kakashanki Bhujanga Charitan Charit. A leader should be having these qualities which was mentioned in the Shanti Parvam, 140th chapter, 62nd shloka. This mentioned that one should possess the sharp focused vision like a eagle. We always know that eagle's view, that means broader perspective, the leader should be having it. The second thing is the patience and then focus like a heron or crane, we can say. Crane will wait for 3 and 4 hours of time also just to catch one fish. The focus should be, the target should be always focused and then it should be achieved. That's the reason why the success rate of herons are almost like 99%, in the hunting. And then act like a clarity, like a decision is like a dog. Dog is meant for trustworthy and then attention. We have to pay attention, a lot of attention to the issues when you're being a leader. And the third one is anudvignaman. We should not worry about too much. If anything comes up, right, we should always treat like a challenges and then we should be able to tackle that thing. That is what I mentioned about. And then kakashinke, we should not trust anyone. Trust no one is one of the key word, right? In the leadership also we say that. You always like have such kind of view so that like you cannot blindly fall into anybody's trap. That's what you should live like a crow. It was mentioned. And then Bhujanga Charitan Charit. Bhujanga Charitam means it is opportunistic. A snake cannot create on his bury or something like that on its own. But thing is, if it finds something, even it grabs that, that putta, I don't know what you call, and then some berries and the holes and all. It cannot create on its own. But thing is, something else created, right? If it finds opportunity to fit in, it can goes to the fit in. That means like we should be adaptable, flexible to tackle the problems and then grabs the opportunity. These are the things like which are mentioned in the Mahabharata. There are several hundreds and then thousands of things which cannot be explained in a very short span of time. But thing is, I would like to emphasize more on we should always think about not only from the story point of view, but thing is if the young generation focus on these kind of technological things and then strategies mentioned in this, we don't need to look into any one of the modern management lessons or anything. It gives us everything. That's why they mentioned that Edi hasti tatanyatra, enne hasti natat kvachit. That means whatever the world has, everything has in the Mahabharata. If something is not mentioned in the Mahabharata, it will not exist elsewhere. That's what the Vyasa Maharshi have given. That's the confidence. So I would like to conclude now. And then thank you, Guru Garu, for giving me such a wonderful opportunity to talk about the vast subject, actually. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Ramachandra Garu.
So, Ramakrishna
Hare Sri Krishna, Pranam, Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
I just want to say that Ramachandra has completed all his talk in writing also, running to more than 35 pages or so, which we could not include this time. But anyway, separate lecture will be arranged by him. So this is a novel thought, other than the story, characters, sketches, and events, to be able to dive into the engineering, scientific technology, and try to know that it was not, the Ramarajya means it was a full-fledged one with all kinds of experts and skilled people. It's a wonderful exploration, and more, there should be a book written on this particular aspect, because there are engineers and engineers. But past engineers, how were they? How experts were there? For example, when you go to Virupaksha temple in Lepatchi near Hindupur, you will see the central pillar of the entire structure was hanging. You can put a newspaper and take out. Even today, it is a wonder. People talk of 7 wonders, but this wonder they don't include. So this is how our engineers and technicians and scientists and doctors and all these technical people, they are simply gold. But it is up to the present day scientists, to be able to explore and bring them to the normal use, and that will be a wonderful thought. In fact, I should say my professor, Dr. C.G. Kashikar, tried to identify the trees and plants and herbs in Ramayana, Sundarakanda, and elsewhere, and written a beautiful book, and for which I was wondering, he was trying to find out the modern names and botanical names and other names to see that. So who is that? That is Ayurvedic knowledge and all that. So, sir, it's a wonderful thought. Thank you very much. You are able to present this, and you are our Ramachandra is a IT personnel, Purohit, and Ganapati, and so many things, and he's a good contribution for the Sanatana Dharma to promote, and moreover for the expecting the Shanti, they are conducting every month Vishwa Shanti Homas, Rudra Homas, and so that all that is a wonderful promotive activity for the world welfare of the world, Shanti in the world. And that's why Buddupalli Raghav Garu thought, sir, I Rudram, you must give me that time. So he has done that wonderful Rudram, because Rudra, Sarvo Hiesha Rudraha, Tasmai Rudraya Namaha, Sarvo Hiesha. And Narudro Rudramarchayet. We are all Rudras now, worshipping the Rudra aspects of our Veda and all that. Thank you very much. And now I want Prasad to speak, because an engineer.
Yes. So Ramachandra, yeah, the AI use is very exciting. So very nicely incorporated in your talk. So you gave a very rich presentation, and you brought topics I had not ever imagined in terms of logistics and secondary skills and just the urban technology and examples you have cited. Very exciting talk. Thank you very much. And I appreciate in your
Thank you so much,
travels in
sir.
the middle of lot of difficulty, you have still made it and given us this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you,
So,
sir. Thank you for giving me
you.
opportunity.
Now we will invite Dr. Anjanaya Prasad, professor from the University of Missouri, Columbia, USA, and his topic is Guru Sishya relation in Ramayana and Mahabharata, skills in transference of knowledge and training. Absolutely an important topic, and for which several rishis will come in here. So let us hear to Dr. Anjanaya Prasad. Thank you.
Thank you, Raghav. So, yeah, my talk will be around the Guru Shishya relation in Ramayana and Mahabharata. I want to, again, as the other speakers have also given a lot of examples and evidence that what today we have as a culture and how we are thriving is really a reflection of the wonderful examples, and knowledge transfer and skill transfer that has happened through the generations, starting from the epics. And so I want to give a few examples of what relations are there in Ramayana and Mahabharata in terms of Guru Shishya. And then I will give you a little bit example of where I saw skills, values that we have adopted today, how they have come from those specific training between the Guru and the Shishya in various episodes. And then the Guru Shishya relationship is also has a lot of complexities. So I will look at that in both the epics. So we'll start with the prayer of Guru. Om Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwaraha, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. So the Guru is the Parabrahman, right? This is the way we have always considered as Guru, as all forms of Vishnu, Maheshwara, and ultimately the Supreme Brahman. And Guru, the word comes from gu, which is darkness, ru as a dispeller. So we have the Guru also has as a liberator and dispeller of any darkness. Again, this is in this chanting also it's described as Satoma Satgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amrutam Gamaya Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So the examples from Ramayana that are very significant are obviously Vasishtha Maharshi, who was the main guru for all the Ishuvamsha princes, which is Rama, Lakshmana, Bharata, and Shatrughna. And he provided them at a very young age the foundational education, foundational martial skills, and ethical guidance. So he provided them the basics that again prepared for all the things that they did, right? We talked about Bharata, episodes of the bhakti to Rama, preparing to go to exile, Kabli to take the word of his father, Lakshmana following Rama, all that value system we can trace back to Vasishta's foundational education. And that's the foundational education that then allowed Rama and Lakshmana to go with Vishwamitra and take advanced education, right? So it's going to like a higher university kind of a course at a very young age. Vishwamitra as a guru was able to build on the foundation of Vasishta and train Rama and Lakshmana on very divine weapons, Astra Vidya, and give them the spiritual discipline. And then that was very instrumental again for the protection of the yagnas that Vishwamitra was doing, and also in the slaying of the Tataka, right? Tataki. So this is kind of a very interesting, basic education, higher education example in the Ramayana we see. In Mahabharata also we see same idea. The basic education is given by Dronacharya to the Pandavas and Kauravas, and he taught them archery, warfare, and I have a small typo there, but guidance prepared the Pandavas again to have the value system to go to exile. And again, for higher education, Krishna teaching Arjuna the Bhagavad Gita in the Kurukshetra war is where we see the foundation built by Dronacharya is then by Jagat Guru, right? Krishna then giving the life lessons, sense of duty and self-realization, where Arjuna gets this higher degree of learning, where he says, Nashto Moha Smritir Labda. So the Guru, as a higher education expert in the form of Krishna, is influencing the Mahabharata. And in all of these cases, the focus is really on values, skills training, and this ability to have moral growth, right? It's beyond just academics. It's beyond just knowing things, reciting things. It is about how the conduct of the characters in Ramayana and Mahabharata have actually, used the foundations of the teaching or the higher education lessons and done their dharma, right? And the most important thing in each of the epics is how the process of the Guru Shishya interactions happens, right? So it starts with Diksha, it is initiation, And it's always very timely. If you see all the episodes, it's very strategic and it's very timely. Why did Vishwamitra come to Rama and take his help for the yagnas? Why did he give them the Divya astras? Or, so this approaching of the guru to the shishya, or even the shishya then having this deep reverence of learning and doing this next part, which is the guru dakshina, which is the selfless service to the guru. So in all of these episodes, you will see the shishya serving the teacher by cultivating a heart of devotion. And you can even extrapolate in the Ramayana Hanuman as a shishya of Rama, where you have the Rama Bhakti concept, right? Again, as a guru dakshina, serving Rama in all his sort of pursuits in bringing back Sita from Lanka. And then ultimately we see that knowledge transfer coming down the generations in terms of Rama as a very staunch follower of Dharma, Rama as a model of Dharma, Rama Vigravahan Dharma, and that parampara of the Dharma and the training is passed on to today, right? We are all very much conscious of this aspect of Dharma in our lives. And in the Mahabharata, again, the teaching, knowledge transfer is even more interesting with, the spiritual guidance for handling all the moral crisis. We were all talking about how today we're all in such a constant state of high activity, high stress, and moral guidance is very, very critical, which is why Bhagavad Gita, through the teachings of Karma Yoga, of action, Bhakti Yoga, through devotion, Gnana Yoga, through self-inquiry, we're able to again find this Guru Shishya's interaction, right, in Krishna and Arjuna, that is very relevant today. And breaking down this knowledge transfer, skill transfer, there are complexities in how the teaching of the Guru and how the follow of the Shishya, of the guidance of the Guru can be problematic or even interesting, right? So we have obviously the Valmiki Rama episodes where we see the unethical killing of the demoness Tataka, and it is a Kshatriya conduct that you should not kill a woman, right? But due to the direction of the Guru, Rama, goes ahead and does his part, right? Which is against sort of the code of conduct of a Kshatriya in killing the Tataka demoness. And then we see the Vasishtha Rama episodes where, because of Vasishtha's teaching of morality, Rama was very readily willing to go to the Aranya, exile, to keep the promise of his father, Dashratha, to Kaikeyi. So that again, that moral education or that strength of values that Vasishtha, gave to Rama can be seen in this very difficult hardships Rama had to face to keep the word of his father, which in true sense would not have made no son would have agreed to that, right? For a father doing something so, nonsensical in some sense, right? So that's an interesting complexity. And then we see the Rama Hanuman episodes. And Hanuman, again, if you think of as Shishya of Rama, when he went and met Sita and he has the ability to come back to Rama, why did he not bring Sita, right? Why did he not end the war right away versus keeping his word to Rama and Sita to have Rama bring justice to Sita by, having the war with Ravana. So he did again a very interesting devotion, that was interesting from a teacher standpoint and a student standpoint. And similarly, we see very popular episodes in Mahabharata with Drona and Ekalavya, where Dronacharya has promised Arjuna he'll make him the greatest archer, but when he sees Ekalavya, he has to exploit him for crippling his archery skills to keep his promise. So we see this again, Guru Shishya love also kind of adulterating the essence of, again, where Ekalavya had treated Drona as his guru, but he's in a compromised situation. Same thing we see with Karna and Parashurama, where Parashurama had only vowed to teach Brahmins, and when Karna went and learned everything and was caught where he was bearing the painful sting without waking up his guru, Parashurama gave a curse to have the memory loss, which my father, Dr. Prabhakar, also said led to his death, right? And so he forgot the main mantras at the most need in the war. And last but not least, you see Krishna and Arjuna episodes where Krishna and Arjuna are cousins, they're friends, but this sort of friendship becomes a discipleship where as a Jagat Guru, Krishna takes Arjuna as a student versus a friend and helps him navigate the battlefield. So with that, I conclude, and I think we have a lot of important lessons to learn from the Guru Shishya Parampara and episodes in Ramayana and Mahabharata. And I think we all today very much follow those morals, and the skills are still so valid in terms of our guidance in today's world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Prasad, and it was really a wonderful one. The topic and your presentation also, and preparation of your slides and other things. And as Vishwamitra definitely knows that Rama is nothing but Narayana, but see what kind of rishis they are, and they have got the opportunity to train Narayana, the Vishnu, the the person who is completely surrounded by everything, but Vishwamitra's took it as a Nara only, and Rama is also knows that he is only Nara, but he never knows that he is Narayana. And the relationship between Vishwamitra and Rama is extremely very excellent Guru Shishya relationship, and that's why that he tells that when he just got up by 5 minutes late in the morning, he says that Rama, you have to get up for Sandhya Vandanam, which is very important for the Kshatriya, Brahmins and Kshatriyas, and you should do that Sandhya Vandanam first as soon as you take your bath. And all these things, how he has brought to the world is extremely important, and which you have narrated. Thank you so much, Prasad, and for the wonderful presentation.
Yeah,
Thank you,
so
sir.
I want to add my point because there are so many things to talk about. How about the status of a Sishya or a student of a Guru? Krishna is a good student because he gave to Dakshina, the golden, they say it, after completion of graduation for 60 months under Sandipani, Ashrama and Sandipani Maharshi. And Sandipani was so dull because Rama and Krishna and Balarama were like his sons, so affectionate, not simply students coming to class and disappearing, but they were very intimate with the Guru, and he forgot the sorrow he had because he lost his son. But when when the graduation is done, they found their Guru very much dull. They went and asked Guru Patni, Amma, why today our Guru is very much sad? Then she said, immediately both of them go and bring their deceased son live and present to his Guru. That is the Guru Dakshina maximum. See how much important is student and Guru. The Dakshina also is important. So in Yajurveda, it is Dakshina vai Shraddha mapnoti. So the real Shraddha is picked up only because of the Dakshina, for which many of our Veda Adhyayana Kendra members are very munificent and philanthropic to share their own way to promote the publications and all those things. We should thank all of them, not only here, everywhere, and to all of them, we should acknowledge. So that's the Guru Dakshina, Veda Rishi. Even Vasana also puts a message. It will be a Guru work because Guru is not I, Paramatma, Krishna, Vishnu himself. In fact, when Vishwamitra presented all the missiles and all that to Rama, then immediately all of them in human form appeared before Rama and Lakshmana. Then they asked, where should we be? Then Rama is a skillful fellow, good student. You all come and stay in my mind and body. Whenever I remember, you come out. That's exactly is the memory power and presentation power and retention power. So for a student, The guru will try to tell you the memory, retention, presentation, and grasping. So all the many things are there, but anyway, Prasad has just touched the bullet points of the Shishya. And moreover, they are for the transference of knowledge very fruitfully and practically. That's why it's all that. Thank you very much. I think next we go to Sindhu, no?
Yeah. Now we now invite Dr. Sindhu Shankar, and her topic, she's a Veda student and also a researcher belongs to our Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra, and variances in personality and approaches of Sri Rama and Sri Krishna in upholding the Dharma is an excellent one. Please go ahead, Madam Sindhu Shankar. You have to unmute. Madam, you have to unmute. You have to unmute.
Hmm.
You have to unmute.
Yeah, it's not allowing me to unmute. That's why. Okay.
Yeah,
Are you allowing me to share?
yes.
So can you see my slide? 1 minute.
You
It's
have to
not
press
allowing.
allow. You have to press allow. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not allowing. That's why I'm pressing. It's not allowing. 1
Oh.
minute. I'll do it again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just 1 minute. So can you see my slide?
Yeah, now it's coming. If you put it in presentation mode, it will be great.
Yeah. Sure. So can you see it now?
Yes, yes, very good. Thank you.
Yeah. So namaskaram to all. So the topic of my presentation is variances in personality and approaches of Sri Rama and Sri Krishna in upholding dharma. Sri Rama and Sri Krishna are the two most revered divine avatara who embody humanness to distinct yet complementary ethical paradigms of dharma for fulfilling the larger purpose of restoring the cosmic order. So Rama is personified as the ideal Maryada Purushottam, and he epitomizes the greater virtues of human character, showing strict adherence to truth, ethical conduct, and morality in upholding dharma, while Sri Krishna is popularly personified as Yogeshwara, having a unique, multifaceted personality, a Purna Avatara who exemplifies integrative wisdom, transcendence, and divine pragmatism with his insightful practical application in establishing dharma. So we see diverse narratives on personalities of Rama and Krishna, which have converged over time from seeing them as historical characters with human traits to an interconnected singular divinity whose personality traits, responses, behavior, approaches have now influenced humanity regarding the importance of their actions while motivating quests of inner truth. We see that from Rama's grounded stoicism to Krishna's active dynamism, both personalities represent a fusion of complementary polarities, so which enable a complete harmonious balance in life. I don't know, it's yeah. So Sri Rama and Sri Krishna, they represent the universal archetype. They often are referred as the upholders of dharma based on their conduct, duty, moral values, and which is given great significance in Vedic wisdom, which is rooted in Rita, Satya, Dharma, which connects individual, society, and the universe. So this cosmic order, it necessitates that human compliance is sustained actions, responsibilities, and it's perceived as the highest means to achieve the highest good. And it has an overarching influence on the individual, society, and the culture. While Rama and Krishna, as a main protagonist, they serve as role models for humanity. They epitomize the Purusha and the Purushottama standards, whose scope, goals, and work foster the utility of human birth by serving as a demonstrative principle for humanity. So they are identified as the divine avatara, who are the personification of the Supreme Lord Mahavishnu, who have descended briefly in the human form for restoring the cosmic order. So now we see that the divine personality of Rama and Krishna, as we said, they are archetype, and they depict the multiple aspects of human nature. They showcase various human experiences. So the Kathavastu of Ramayana, Mahabharata, it narrates the journey of their lives, the such challenges they have, the complexities encountered, how they encounter with integrity, resilience, and these serve as comprehensive guide to ideal human values and conduct and ethics with adherence to dharma. So the personality of Rama and Krishna and their approaches in life are inspiration to us humans, and they create reverence in modern world. So dharma is a very significant feature of Vedic wisdom and of our indigenous Indian culture, in which Rama and Krishna stand out as ideal models of perfection in human life with a steadfast commitment to dharma. So the study of personality of Rama and Krishna have always intrigued the humans because it offers deep insights into the universal experiences. So as personalities, they come into prominence in humanity's consciousness when the era of adharma started, with human displaying mark-centered, self-centered tendency that led to segregation and narrowing of consciousness. So Shri Rama is seen as the personality of an ideal man, as the Purusha Avatara. He is considered to be the most perfect ruler, and his entry is marked as a distinct indicator of the onset of adharma in humanity, which impels the descent of this human avatar of Mahavishnu to set aside the cosmic chaos brought about by human folly. So Valmiki Ramayana elaborately describes Rama as an illustrious personality who is wise and pure-hearted, strict adherence to dharma. And these are the 16 virtues of the Kalyana Guna, which the great seer Narada extols on the greatness of Rama's personality. So there are certain instances in Ramayana which show that how Rama was an illustration of human perfection. The guna of Saushiliam, or unconditional acceptance, was actually marked prominently as the very purpose of his incarnation, which was given a lot of importance by Valmiki, that made Rama an ideal king. So Rama exhibits by accepting individuals with unconditional love and willingness, which we see in his acceptance of Guha, Sugriva, and Vibhishana, though he was brother of Ravana, and he heartily accepts Hanuman as his staunch disciple, and also eats the half-bitten fruits of the tribal owned Shabari, recognizing all their love and devotion. Also, Jatayu was a noble vulture king. He was elevated status of his father and given moksha for his sacrifice of his life to save Sita from clutches of Rama. So Rama was primarily a protector of dharma, and he was blessed by his mother Kausalya that dharma will be his eternal escort during his exile. So we can see in Ramayana a lot of different shades of dharma in Rama, like upholding of Putra Dharma by fulfilling his father's command, Stri Dharma, consenting Sita to accompany him so that she can share all the pain and pleasures of her husband, Manava Dharma, by giving Jatayu respectful cremation, and also Dushta Shikshana Dharma, not compromising his values as seen in killing of Vali, and justification to destruction of notorious Lankapati Ravana. And Maricha, the maternal uncle of Ravana, he hailed Rama as the very personification of dharma, and preferred to die at hands of Rama than Ravana. And the materialistic council of sage Jabali, he advised Rama to reclaim the throne as the eldest son, but Rama strongly rejected it, preferring to uphold dharma as the paramount virtue. So thus he is seen as an ideal human being who is the perfect balance of qualities that foster the well-being of all the living human. So it is dharma is a significant theme in Ramayana, with Rama as a perfect embodiment whose entire life demonstrated his firm adherence to truthfulness and ability to navigate life's complexity with dharma as the eternal guide. So we can say Rama's personality is a dharma structure, which means immutable ethical wisdom that doesn't change. So the noblest lesson which we can get imparted from Lord Rama is the supremacy of virtue in man's life that exists in all of us like a latent spark. And now we come to Sri Krishna, who is the supreme personality of Godhead. Arjuna describes in Bhagavad Gita the personality of Sri Krishna, calling him Para Brahman and the supreme personality. So the avatar of Krishna is said to have descended with the purpose of protection of dharma during the rise of moral decline in humanity. Excuse me. So from childhood, Krishna was a playful rebel. He refused to stick to rigid traditions, breaking free from all age-old trappings, rules, and norms. He embodied a state of ease, of only truth and delight, teaching human beings how to break free all the self-imposed restraints for a better life of inward freedom and delight within the framework of dharma. So this multifaceted personality of Krishna, which had unique vastness and diversity, always fascinated man by completely escaping his understanding. But it was this exuberance and flamboyance of his personality attracted many devotees who adored him, be it as a mischievous child we call Laddu Gopal, or Sham with his mesmerizing music of his flute, or as a friend and philosopher of Pandavas and Kauravas who wanted him on his side. So we see that his role as a counselor or charioteer, as Arjuna, serves as a hallmark or genesis of the Bhagavad Gita, which is a very important for human beings. And paradoxically, Krishna is regarded as both the ideal householder as well as the greatest yogi, who has an abundant source of knowledge, and he propounds a higher integrity of purpose towards selfless action, nishkama karma and dharma. So Krishna is also attributed with 16 attributes of Kala, in which we can see that mainly he embodied detachment, where we can see that he was not shaken by Gandhari's curse, which heralded the end of his Yadava clan, and Durvasa Muni's curse will lead to long separation from his wife Rukmani. He maintained calmness and equipoise throughout, and neither showing grief nor joy. And as an epitome of compassion, he displayed supreme Shama or forgiveness, that we can see in the episode of the hunter Jara, who critically wounded him. And he consoled the hunter by saying that it is a preordained the end to his earthly life, and granted him moksha. And also Krishna advocated Nyaya instead of revenge. So he went as a Shanti Doot to the Kauravas, but when the war became imminent, he still offered Duryodhana his Sena, showing his impartiality, and also counseled grief-stricken Arjuna on the concept of Swadharma. So he is also acclaimed as a Yogeshwara and considered the embodiment of highest virtue, tapasya, and also the inherent spiritual powers and discipline which he adopted through principles of yoga while living a worldly life. He exemplified the state of Sthita Prajna with a perfectly balanced state, samatvam, of body, mind, and emotions, performing all his duties even in challenging situations. So we can say that Krishna's personality is more of a dharma strategy or situational wisdom. So Rama and Krishna, the essential difference is Rama was a man of highly principled rectitude, and for him, social responsibility, ethical responsibility, and strict adherence to dharma was very important. But Krishna, in stark contrast, was fundamentally identified as Leela Purushottam, who transcended and redefined dharma through play and wisdom. He adopted more of situational wisdom or yukti jnana with his behavior and actions, and was more worried about cosmic welfare than rigid adherence to moral and social codes. So Rama epitomized calmness, resilience, and self-control poise, and was known as a paragon of Vairagya, which we can see when he gave up his kingdom and he refused to come back, and placated his grief-stricken Bharata by advising him that one cannot cross dharma, and it is very important for a human being to follow dharma. Also, we can see that he refused to kill a defenseless Ravana on the first day of battle because he did not have any weapons, and spared his life and waited for him to come back with weapons and chariot for his protection. Krishna, however, was more dynamic, charismatic, emotionally expressive with his views on upholding dharma, which was diametrically opposite. He encouraged Arjuna to fight with his relatives Kauravas for the world welfare and thus establish dharma. So Krishna actions and counsel were dissimilar to Rama's strict adherence to dharma. So we can see that several instances in Mahabharata in which Krishna employs strategic and unconventional tactics to counter Kauravas' adharma and ensure victory of dharma. He advised Arjuna to kill a defenseless Karna to just so that peace prevails, and he tricked Bhishma by placing Shikhandi in front of Arjuna to attack him. He revealed Duryodhana's vulnerability, prompted the violation of rules of mace fighting. So he prioritized dharma to destroy the opposite side, which was gripped in adharma over strict adherence to conventional ethics of war. So the leadership styles of both personalities are of subject of great interest in the contemporary world. Rama was an ideal king, a duty-centered personality following rule-based leadership grounded in ethical legitimacy. But at the same time, Krishna was wisdom-centered, following a more adaptive strategic leadership. His emphasis was more on justice and collective harmony. There was a greater human emphasis with Rama exemplifying the ideal human, highlighting social harmony and teaching through personal examples of restraint and dignity. But with Krishna, it was more of a cosmic emphasis, exemplifying the divine guide who fosters spiritual awakening and teaches through timeless dialogues of divine wisdom. So we can see a shift in evolution of consciousness from Rama to Krishna. Both represent distinct patterns of human functioning, with Rama showing a highly structured psyche, which is marked by self-restraint. But Krishna showed a more flexible and integrated personality, which was marked by high emotional intelligence, strategic cognition, and transpersonal awareness.
Dr.
While
Sindhu,
varying
please kindly conclude. Yeah, it is almost more than time. Yeah.
Yeah, so Sri Aurobindo told that for us, instead of debating which avatara is better, we should consider the concept of time spirit, which is critical for us to understand the nuances of the varied personalities, which is more in sync with the needs of the time the avatara descended in human form. So Rama's purpose was to establish a Ramarajya, which was gripped in anarchy, and to quell down the animalistic tendencies of human beings. While for Krishna it was shifted to Treta Yuga, so he came to set aside the cosmic order. So he said that it is very important to see that the time spirit where the avatara descended. So now every aspect of the personality fits beautifully into popular psychological models that offer us insights into rightful human thoughts, emotions, and behavior. So the narratives of Rama and Krishna may vary in personality. Their approaches may seem contradictory, but they are rather more complementary, highlighting the guidance offered to humanity by a higher divinity. One can forever attempt comparison and search for similarities. However, we can only identify, embody, and internalize what appeals to our inherent perception and needs based on our integral nature and purpose in life. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you,
Thank you,
Sindhu
Dr.
madam.
Sindhu. Professor Prabhakar, any comments, sir?
Yeah, I
Kindly do it fast.
I just want to say one important thing. See, for Rama, there was no Krishna before him to help in fight. Rama all alone fought with Ravana and underwent all that kind of tension, difficulty, problem, and all that. But in case of Arjuna, that problem is not there because Krishna was there before him. No astra, no shastra released by Bhishma, Drona, Krupa, etc. did not touch Arjuna at all. All went inside the earth. That all those which were buried in the land, when all of them vacated the chariot was got burnt. So to say that in Krishna Avatara, he took the more lead and helped so many people see that dharmodharana takes place, whether it is dharma, whether it is a deceitful one or otherwise. In fact, Balarama comes and questions his brother Krishna, what? You made Bhima to hit Duryodhana lower than the abdomen and thigh. It is adharma, and he was very angry. So Krishna had all diplomacy to convince that Balarama and say that next war did not take place. So that way we see there is a good difference between Rama facing everything by himself, trying to solve it with the help of even monkeys. But in case of Arjuna, so they have got a good contrast, Ramavatara and Krishnavatara. In fact, even Vishwamitra, when these two boys were going, he was not bothered about anything because he was accompanied by the divine people, Rama and Lakshmana, so he had everything successfully done. So there is, in that way, spiritual way, when we consider, when Paramatma is before us, when his Ishvara Anugraha is there with us, everything will be a success. The same is the case with Sindhu. She has worked so hard to find out Rama and Krishna and try to determine where they agree, where they differentiate. And congratulations to her for paper. And her paper is fully presented in the Veda Ganga volume 31 also. And similarly, that scene that Ramachandru, he wrote 35 pages article. So I cannot accommodate now. It's already full. Therefore, next time we'll see. But anyway, this kind of innovative thinking upon the epics is very important these days. Modern days, it is not just taking Ramayana as a love story. The Egyptian comes and tells me in the morning, "Hey Prabhakar, what you Indians read Ramayana, a love story in the morning for Parayanam." I was wondering, no, they had to take a class to that Egyptian Amir, I remember. So it is not simply love story, but it's a wonderful thing. So outside India, people will think that these epics may be love story or love problems and all that. No, it is more and more than that. So enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sandhu madam. I like the strict rule following of Rama and situational wisdom of Krishna. Very nicely you have explained the personalities and compared through various examples. Appreciate your talk. Thank you, madam.
Raghav Garu, you have something to tell me? That
Now we will invite Sri Vasan Veda Vidyarthi of Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra to speak on concepts karma, jnana and bhakti in the epics. Sir, kindly maintain the time. We are already 8:40 here in Bangalore. So I think it would be nice that if we can do one or two presentations further and then go to musical dance program. Thank you.
you are muted.
Please unmute,
You
sir.
are
We can't still hear you.
Vasanji,
Vasan, sir.
you should unmute.
Unmute, please.
आपादमृदन्तं गुरूणाम् आकृतिं स्मरेत् तेन विघ्नाः प्रणश्यन्ते सिद्ध्यन्ति च मनोरथाः. I would like to talk about Jnana, Bhakti and Karma Yoga from Bhagavad Gita. In the Bhagavad Jnana Yoga, it's also called as Jnana Marga, is one of the three classical paths for the liberation. That is, in Bhagavad Gita, it is emphasized as the path of knowledge or the path of self-realization. The other two are Karma Yoga and the action of karma, and the Bhakti Yoga, the path of devotion towards the ultimate truth. The modern interpretations of the Hindu text have lead the fourfold classifications to include the Raja Yoga, that is meditations, as described in the Yoga Sutra of Patanjali. Jnana Yoga is a spiritual practice that pursues the knowledge through questioning that such as who I am and what I am here and why I am here. So these are the questions arises in the Jnana Yoga for the self-realization. The practitioner studies with the help of Guru and meditates, which reflects and which reaches the liberations. Insight on the nature of own set of Atman, the soul, and its relationship to the mythological concept called the Brahman in Hinduism, the spiritual path. The Jnana Marga ideas are discussed in the Upanishad and as a Bhagavad Gita also. In the Upanishad, the Jnana Yoga aims at the self-realization, that the oneness of the individual, that is self, and the ultimate truth, that is Brahman. These teachings are found in Upanishad and Bhagavad Gita. In Bhagavad Gita, the Jnana Yajna referred as also as a Buddhi Yoga, and its goal is self-realization. In the chapter 4, the Bhagavad Gita, the Krishna explains that the perfection of the Jnana Yoga is attained when the renounces all his desire for the sense satisfaction. The Jnana is equipped with Sankhya, the pure knowledge. The discriminant of the Purusha, the pure consciousness, the matter, the material desires. The discriminant is possible when the mind has a calm by the practice of meditations. The classical Advaita Vedanta emphasizes that the path of Jnana Yoga is attained, moksha, in the consist of fourfold attitudes of the behavioral qualifications. As it and the discriminations is the Nitya Viveka, the ability to correction that resides between the unchanging and the permanent eternal truth and the changing, the transforming of the materialistic world. So as and deception of the fruits and the sacrificing the fruit of the Palabhoga Yoga, that is Vairagya, the dispassion of the indifference to the fruit, to enjoyment of the object, that is Palabhoga, or the other material world, the Amrita after the rebirth. The six virtues of the Samadhi Sakta of it is that is one with the Shamadamadi Sampat. The Sama is the temperaments of a mind, and the Dhamma is the temperance of the sense organs, and Uparati with withdrawals of the mind from the sensory objects. The other one is Titiksha, it is called the forbearance, and the last one is the fifth one is Shraddha, that is faith in the truth, and the last one is Samadhana, that is concentration of a mind. So practice the Jnana Yoga for the advance of the consist of the three practitioners, that is Shravana, Manana, and Nididhyasana. See, the Shravana means the totally means it hearing, and the bodily reference to the perception of the observation of typically attained by the counselor or the guru, who listens and discuss the ideas and concept for his question and answers. So that's the manana, that reflects the thinking of these discussions and the contemplation on the various ideas based on the swadhyaya and pravachana, that is for Shravana. And the Nididhyasana is the practice of what he listened from the Guru, and what he contemplated on that knowledge that refers to the meditation, realization, and consequent convictions of the truth and non-duality, and a state where there is a fusion of that and action. These practices, with the help of a guru, are believed to be lead to correct knowledge which destroys the ignorance and ignorance of the and avoid the psychological and perception of the across related enlightenment, the Brahman and a supreme soul. For this in Bhakti Yoga, it is the Bhagavad Gita is a path of loving the devotions towards the supreme soul or the supreme soul as a god, as a way of achieving the spiritual liberance from the rebirth. This path is presented in Bhagavad Gita, the 12th chapter, which is emphasized that where the worship of a formless divine is possible. The devotions to the personal God is often more accessible and is natural for the most people. It involves the surrender and action to the divine, the meditations on the God with the universal devotions and the cultivations of the qualities like love, compassion, and humility. So in Karma Yoga is a path performing the one duties and actions result. Karmaniya Vadikaraste Mahapadeshu Kadachana, as Krishna said, it involves the dedications of your work as an offering to the seva to the divine, as a focusing on the actions of doing the rather than the outcome, which helps in purify this mind and leads to the spiritual liberations. The Madhvacharya gave one quotations that that Prartha Prabhuti Sayantam Sayadi Prartharantatha Yatpuromi Jagannatha Tadastu Tava Pujanam. So whatever the work we do in day-to-day action, that everything is to the that is the seva to the supreme consciousness. That is Prado Sainam Sayadi Prado Yatpuromi Jagannatha Tadastu Tava Pujanam. All the is everything is a puja to the supreme. And the in Tattva Pujam, this is called a 24 hours puja, because we have 24 hours. Whatever the action we do in the 24 hours, that is everything is puja to the supreme soul. In Ramayana, the Lakshmana carried out his duties as a Rama Seva without attachment. So that and Bharata ruled his kingdom for 14 years by keeping the Rama's Paduka and the seat of kingdom as a that is as a Rama Seva. And Hanumanta rendered his service as a Ramapada Sevaka with the love and devotions to the lotus feet of Rama and Sita. And all the Vanaras Sena, along with the Sugriva and Sugriva, fight against the Ravana's army as a Rama Seva and got victory in the war, helping Rama in getting back the Sita to the Lanka. That's all from my side. Hari Om, that's Sarvam Shri Krishna Arpanamastu.
Thank you very much, Vasan. Nana, you have some remarks.
Yeah, Vasan he's doing a lot of human service in Bangalore local, conducting the classes, making all homas and all that. He's almost taking hold of the continuation of the Adhyayana Kendra work, and I wanted him very much to participate and see that, share some of his ideas, and so many students are there for him. So thank you, Vasan. You were able to stand up. Last time you spoke about Agastya Maharshi. This time you are talking about the Gita, and very much thankful for your ideas, and they are very
Thank you, Guruji. Hari Om, Guruji. Namaste, Guruji.
That karma, gnana, and bhakti, these are the three important triad, which has got to be in all people and at all times. And if this were to be practiced, Krishna will be happy, Rama will be happy. Thank you very much. God bless.
Well, thank you, Vasangar. You have presented very nicely all the three yogas. In a way, we can follow spiritual paths as given in the epics. So, very nicely put. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Raghav
Thank
garu,
you, sir.
Raghav garu. Mm,
It's a difficult topic, but he really Vasan garu really worked out very well, and how Krishna played an important role. He really focused it on that, and very thankful to him. Thank you. Namaskar.
So, next, do we do the Satyavani talk, Nana, the video?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me play. Satyavani is not able to be here in person, but she has sent a video, so I will play her video.
सभाये नमः श्री गणेशाय नमः श्री मात्रे नमः श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः Namaste one and all again. This is such an honor to be part amongst you all. Thank you Prabhakar Garu for inviting me yet again to be part of this great yagna that you conduct all the time, especially your annual conferences. Through Veda Adhyayana Kendra. This is such an honor. Thank you for giving me yet another chance to present some insights that I can provide in today's gathering. Namaste, one and all again. Thank you. I would like to dwell into this topic. The theme being relevance of lessons of wisdom from Ramayana and Mahabharata. I would like to share my screen. If you can bear with me, let me pull up my slides. Thank you. Namaste. I hope you all can see the slides here. The topic I chose today is two epics, one truth, living dharma in a complex world. The soul's yatra, vision from Ramayana and Mahabharata. Two epics, one truth. Today, we explore the Ramayana and Mahabharata, the two epics that seem different in style and context, yet converge on one profound truth. Living dharma requires integrity aligned with context. This is our guiding principle for both ancient stories and modern life. When we approach the Indian epics, we often ask which is greater, which is more relevant, which is more practical. But the epics were never meant to compete. They were meant to complete each other. Together, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata offer not two dharmas, but two lenses for understanding and living dharma. If we can look at the pictorial infographic that I kind of created, living dharma in the complex world, the complementary lenses for understanding dharma, as emphasized in the previous slide, it is a continuum. It's of ethical reasoning. While Ramayana provides dharma in stability, articulates dharma within relative stability and moral clarity, presents role-based ethics. While Mahabharata plays dharma in complexity, interrogates dharma under fragmentation, conflict, and ethical ambiguity, explores conscious action. Together, they offer not two dharmas, but two complementary frameworks, a continuum rather than a binary opposition, guiding us in a complex world. Then comes the question, what is dharma? After all, dharma is often reduced to rules and righteousness. But in the epics, dharma is something deeper. Dharma is not morality alone, it is the principle that sustains life. Well, if we can go further into defining dharma from the Vedic and Sanskrit, the root etymology, dharma comes in different forms. But since we are talking about the epics, constraining to the framework designed for today, the theme, dharma is that which sustains order. Along with sustaining life, it sustains order, that which preserves dignity, that which aligns inner truth with outer action. The question is not what is right. The question is what sustains life here and now. Now, looking at the two epics, the two contexts again, they perform in two different worlds. Dharma challenges were different. Ramayana had an ordered society. Mahabharata, we see fragmented society. Ramayana emerges from a world where social and cosmic order largely existed back then. The Mahabharata arises from a world where that order has already fractured. Dharma responds now differently to stability than it does to breakdown. This does not mean Dharma changes its truth. It means Dharma changes its mode of expression. In both epics, Dharma is not a fixed rule set, but a context sensitive principle of sustenance, that which preserves individual dignity, social order, and cosmic balance, loka sangraha. Now, picking Ramayana as a standalone, we can look at Dharma in moral clarity. The Ramayana operates within a social world where normative structures largely functioned. Ethical action was therefore grounded in role fidelity. There were clear roles, defined responsibilities, self-restraint, inner restraint was a major factor there. As we read the epic or we have heard through, harmony between self and society existed. Inner coherence between intent and action was clear. In the Ramayana, Dharma is luminous and legible. From the verses we hear, or what we were told, or what we read, Rama does not innovate Dharma, he embodies it, as we are told. His strength lies not in assertion, but in self-regulation. His life shows how inner discipline produces outer harmony. This is Dharma as stability. Now, if we pick Rama alone as the principle, not just as the person, Rama came as the measure of order. As the sloka goes, Ramo Rajamani Sada Vijayate, and so on. This famous line does not praise conquest. It declares that Rama always triumphs because Dharma itself triumphs through him. Even in exile, loss, or silence, Rama remains victorious. Why? Because he never violates inner order. The Ramayana teaches us integrity itself is success. Rama's victory lies in the unbroken continuity of ethical order, even under personal loss. This vision is essential in personal life, leadership, and ethical foundations. And in a nutshell, we can see Rama does not need to fight Dharma into existence. He needs to not disturb it. Rama accepts exile. Sita preserves dignity without rebellion. Lakshmana restrains a rage. Dharma here is holding the center. Now, when there is a limit of moral clarity, what happens when clarity breaks? Silence can fail. Obedience can enable harm. Roles can conflict. Further questions like what happens when society no longer supports Dharma? What happens when power misuses rules? What happens when silence protects injustice. When moral order erode, role-based ethics become insufficient, silence, obedience, and restraint may inadvertently sustain injustice. This ethical limit is precisely where the Mahabharata begins. Considering Mahabharata, the epic, where dharma in ethical complexity is provided, the Mahabharata operates when dharma is hidden and not absent. As the sloka goes, dharmasya tattvam nihitam guhayam. Conflicting duties, moral ambiguity, consequences of inaction, context over convention was the scene. Every choice carries cost, it conveyed. Every silence has consequence, as we see. Here, being good is not enough. One must be aware. Now, highlighting on Krishna alone, his conscious action, Karna presents himself as the measure of discernment, as we can see. There's engagement, not withdrawal, is what he emphasizes. Strategy, not impulse. Action without ego. For example, we can see what caused the war. Bhishma's silence became tragic. Drona's obedience becomes complicit. Arjuna's hesitation has to be resolved. Krishna insists on action. Dharma here is restoring balance, not preserving appearances. Krishna does not offer escape. He offers clarity without chaos. His teaching is not perfection, but responsibility. Not just purity, but awareness. This is dharma as intelligent participation in life. Karmanyeva adhikaraste. As the sloka goes, there should be responsibility in action. So now bringing both the epics together, the two epics, from clarity to context, we can see the evolution of dharma. Ramayana on one side, Mahabharata. Ramayana brings forth moral clarity in a restraint. Mahabharata scenes spreads out with ethical complexity, conscious action requirement. These are not two opposing models. They are sequential, we can say so. The value is the same, the response is different. When order exists, preserve it. Like Ramayana, the harmony, we preserve it. When order collapses, we respond consciously in crisis, like in Mahabharata. The two epics, one truth. Ramayana teaches us how to be. Mahabharata teaches us how to choose. Ramayana teaches how to be steady. Mahabharata teaches how to be wise. Together, they remind us dharma is not static. It is lived moment by moment with awareness. Both serve the same dharma, sustaining life with integrity. Living dharma today. Our world is Mahabharata-like. Our compass must be Ramayana rooted. Well, all the pictures were drawn from ChatGPT and Gemini interaction as I was preparing the slides to beautify the slides, so to say. Definitely, yes, ChatGPT has, the AI is helping me in this talks nowadays. Much appreciated. There is the disclaimer. But isn't this a beautiful picture it has drawn? The modern life, fragmented, fast, and morally complex, we cannot rely on rules alone. We need Rama's integrity, Krishna's discernment. Values without awareness become rigid. Awareness without values becomes opportunistic, as we see nowadays. bringing a unified framework as established all through the talk. Integrity plus context becomes living dharma. The living dharma should come with inner alignment, situational wisdom, responsible action. The living dharma today means knowing our values, reading the moment, acting without ego. This is the shared teaching of both the epics. Well, to put it in a different way, the unified framework, integrity plus context, living dharma. We aim for inner alignment, knowing our values, assessing the situation, situational wisdom, reading the moment, and acting responsibly. A responsible action needed, a must. This is the shared teaching of both the epics. Coming to closing reflections, a few notes here. Yato dharmas tatto jayaha. Where dharma stands, there is victory. Both epics ask us to pause and ask, what kind of dharma and what kind of victory? The Ramayana shows us dharma as inner order, moral clarity, self-restraint, and integrity that remains unbroken even in loss. Its victory is not conquest, but coherence. It teaches us how to stand firm. The Mahabharata reveals dharma under ethical pressure. Where roles collide, silence has consequences, and choices cannot be avoided. Its victory is not certainty, but in discernment. It teaches us how to act wisely. Together, these epics tell us something essential for our times. Victory does not belong to power alone, nor to ideals alone. Victory belongs to alignment between values and context, between conscience and responsibility. In a world that increasingly resembles the Mahabharata, we need the Ramayana as our ethical compass and the Mahabharata as our guide to navigation. Yato dharmas tato jayaha. Dharma does not compromise success without struggle. It affirms that when action arises from integrity, and integrity adapts with awareness, clarity prevails, even amidst complexity. That is the one truth both epics offer us. Living dharma is not about choosing between clarity and complexity. It is about holding both consciously. So thank you all. Thank you for listening to this presentation. Thank you, Prabhakar Garu, for such a wonderful assignment you gave me to bring forth some insights, and it has been truly such a pleasure and invigorating experience preparing these notes, trying.
That's the talk of Satyavani. So, Nana, should I do the NCP now?
Yeah, NCP just for some time because
Yes.
I'm public.
Okay, I will play the talk.
Purushottam is not there.
Yes. So I will project the notes and then audio also of talk. So let me bring it up. Sure. Let's see. Here. I got it.
We are grateful to Sri Prabhakar Garu for giving us this opportunity to present a short paper on Yajna in Adhyayana. The word comes from the Sanskrit root yaj, meaning to worship, adore, or honor. From this root, Yajna signifies acts of worship, devotion, prayer, which can be performed through fire ceremonies, offerings, or symbolic action. The term evolved to include any ritual, including acts of charity, dana, and pursuit of knowledge, gnana yajna. We will cover 8 aspects of yajna: Upabrahmanas, Itihasa, critical texts of Ramayana and Mahabharata, yajnas performed, uniqueness of Mahabharata, an evolutionary text, symbolic and philosophical interpretations of Krishna Gita, trilogy, and Shanti Parva. Did Mahabharata deliver the final verdict on yajna? And our submission. Let's start. Upabrahmanas are those which build, nourish, and strengthen Vedic Samhitas use both internal and external methods to explain learning that is not always easy to understand. The internal texts are Brahmanas, Sutras, Aranyakas, and Upanishads. The external texts are Itihasa and Purana. Itihasa, the word Itihasa is derived from the phrase Itihaasa, which means thus indeed it happened. They are narratives of past events from which generations later also drew moral, ethical guidance, dharma. Not surprisingly, they acquired a bulk which needed pruning. Critical editions are a selection of the original text. Fortunately, both Mahabharata and Ramayana have critical texts, and their English translations are available. The Mahabharata is by Bhandarkar Institute, and Ramayana is by the Sayajirao University. The late Vivek Devroy has translated both, and his translation is very clear and authentic. This makes the researcher's task easy. Ramayana records a number of yajnas performed. In Ayodhya by Vishwamitra, by rishis in Dandakaranya and in Lanka. Those in Ayodhya are by Dasaratha and Rama. They include Putrakameshti, yajna which starts the story of Ramayana, the birth of the 4 brothers. The second major event is young Rama and Lakshmana defending the yajna against Rakshasas. It is the start of their defense of yajna by hostile forces. The events in Dandaka led to the abduction of Sita and the ultimate annihilation of the Ravana clan. The Rakshasas also performed yajnas and their success, for their success. The common people in all the 3 locales performed Nitya and Naimatika rites. Thus, yajna was a part of the Yoga Dharma of those days. There are no philosophical and ethical discussions. Then we move to Mahabharata. It's an extraordinarily unusual text. It started with a short 9,000 verse chronicle Jaya and acquired additions over generations, which became a massive text of 100,000 verses. The critical edition has only reduced it marginally, still it's large. Not only is its presence massive, but it also claims that what is not found in it is found nowhere. This unusual text deals with the concept of yajna in a variety of ways. Like Ramayana, the earlier text, it gives details of various important yajnas performed. Then it derives into discussing the types of yajna, expresses a preference for japa yajna, and adds a charama sloka which calls on a surrender to the Lord for moksha, the ultimate goal. This is action, which is non-action. The source is Bhagavad Gita trilogy. Then there is also a footnote condemning Himsa and Yagna and modifies it by saying that moksha dharma is subtle. This happens, this is the source is Shanti Parva and Anugita. Mahabharata does not deliver single final verdict on traditional ritual of yajna, but rather presents a nuanced, evolving understanding of the concept, culminating in a more internalized, ethical, and philosophical definition of gnana, of yajna, gnana yajna or karma yoga. While traditional sacrifices, Shavata rites like Rajasuya and Ashwamedha are prominently featured and performed by the Pandavas for material and political gains. The epic, particularly through Bhagavad Gita and other embedded philosophical discussions like Anugita, reinterprets yajna in a number of ways. The text moves beyond the physical act with philosophical sections redefining yajna as an internal spiritual process. The fire becomes the fire of knowledge, gnana, into which offerings of ego, desires, and worldly attachments are sacrificed to attain self-knowledge and liberation, moksha. Lord Krishna's teaching about Gita emphasizes performing of karma with a spirit of service and sacrifice, without desire for results, nishkama karma. This dedicated action, performed as a duty, is presented as a superior form of yajna. Critique of literal interpretation. The epic also reflects a historical shift away from literal interpretations, with passages such as those in Shanti Parva suggesting that the animal sacrifice was not the intended meaning of Ashwamedha, but was the symbolic control over senses. The ultimate verdict of what it is, the true essence of Mahabharata teaching on yajna lies in the final act of Pandavas, Yudhishthira's final test, where he refused to enter heaven without the accompanying dog, Dharma, in disguise, emphasizes righteousness, Dharma, compassion, and non-attachment as the ultimate form of sacrifice, surpassing the mere performance of rituals. Thus, the Mahabharata reframes yajna as any action or thought dedicated to a higher ideal or universal good, performed with a spirit of selflessness, making it a foundational concept of later Indian philosophy. We have covered 3 yugas in this presentation: Treta, Dwapara, and the present ongoing Kali. Yajna is a magnificent edifice built by our ancients. It perhaps starts before Rigveda times, and modifications are ongoing. They are all merged into the grand conception of prayer, yaj, to pray. Of the many contributions, the anonymous brick in the foundation is as significant as the proudly flying pennon on the flagstaff. The purpose of this paper is to pay homage to one such effort, yajna in Itihasa. Thank you.
Beautiful. Beautiful. See, Dr. Nath is an octogenarian, teaching hundreds of years of life, 96 years old, but the spirit in him is a model for us. That is the yajna, and that is the message, that age is no matter, spirit is matter, work is matter, contribution is matter, sharing is the matter. So he stands as a unique example in our Veda Adhyayana Kendra programs and elsewhere. He's actually PhD in management studies from Madras University in 1952 or 53. Imagine. In those days, PhD was not much popular. and only recently PhD have become popular. But otherwise, at that age, at that time, he got his PhD and has been working. And he said he started studying Yajurveda, Shukla Yajurveda, when he turned 80. So already 16 years of research is there in management studies and all that. He has been a professor of management and director. But today we are all blessed very much to have Nath talk on this important yajna topic as a part of itihasa. That is, it is a historical practice. Tani dharmani pradhamani asan. As in said in Rigveda Purushsukta, Yagnena yagnam ayajanta devaha tani dharmani pradhamani asan. So this is really very nice, and thanks to and our namaskarams to the senior most nonagenarian. Namaskaram.
So I think we are done with all the talks. So we'll have the music recital, Anna.
Music recital.
By Annapurna, Srimati Annapurna.
But Soumya undemo chudu. Soumya seems to be there. She's
Soumya, are you there? No, I don't see her. So, Anu, you can please go ahead.
श्रीराघवं दशरथात्मजमप्रमेयं सीतापतिं रघुकुलान्वयरत्नदीपम् आजानुबाहुम् अरविन्ददलायताक्षं रामं निशाचर विनाशकरं नमामि। తెలిసి రామచింతనతో నామము 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 సేయవే ఓ మనసా తెలిసి రామచింతనతో నామము సేయవే ఓ మనసా తెలిసి రామా తలపులన్నీ నిలిపి నిమిషమైన తలపులన్నీ నిలిపి నిమిషమైన తారక రూపుని నిజ తత్వములను తారక రూపుని నిజ తత్వములను తారక రూపుని నిజ తత్వములను రే 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 గమ పరి గమ ప గమ రి సరి ని పరి సా ని సరి గమ రి రి ప మ ప ద ద ప మ ప గమ రి ని సరి గమ ప మ గమ ప ద ద ప ప రి గమ ప మ ద ప స ని ప రి స ని ప మ రి గమ ద ప రి స ని సరి గమ రి రే రే స మ గ మ ప మ గ మ రి స ని ప స ని ప ని ప రి స ని ప మ గ మ రి ని స తెలిసి రామచింతనతో నామము సేయవే ఓ మనసా రామ అని చపలాక్షుల పేరు రామా అని చపలాక్షుల పేరు కామాదుల పోదు వారు వీరు రామా అని బ్రహ్మమునకు పేరు రామా అని బ్రహ్మమునకు పేరు మానవ జన ఆతులు దీరు మానవ జన ఆతులు దీరు రి రి గమ పమ గమరి సరి ని పరి సా ని సరి గమ రి పమ పద ద పమ ప గమ రి ని సరి గమ ప మ గమ పద ద ప ప రి గమ పమ ద ప సా ని పరి స ని పమ రి గమ ద పరి స ని సరి గమ రి 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 స మ గమ ప మ గమ రి స ని ప సి ప ఈ పరి స ని ప మ గమ రి ని స తెలిసి రామ చింతనతో నామము చేయవే ఓ మనసా ఆర తెలిసి రామ రామభద్ర రఘువీర రవివంశ తిలక రామభద్ర రఘువీర రవివంశ తిలక నీ నామమే కామధేనువు నమో రామభద్ర రఘువీర రవివంశ తిలక నీ నామమే కామధేనువు నమో రామభద్ర రఘువీర కౌసల్యానందవర్ధన ఘన దశరథ సుత భాసుర యజ్ఞ రక్షక భరతాగ్రజ కౌసల్యానందవర్ధన ఘన దశరథ సుత భాసుర యజ్ఞ రక్షక భరతాగ్రజ రాశికెక్క కోదండ రచన విద్యా గురువా రాశికెక్క కోదండ రచన విద్యా గురువా వాసితో సురలు నిన్ను వడివే చేరయ్యా రాశికెక్క కోదండ రచన విద్యా గురువా వాసితో సురలు నిన్ను వడివే చేరయ్యా రామభద్ర రఘువీర రవివంశ తిలక నీ నామమే కామధేనువు మారీచ సుబాహు మర్దన తాటకాంతక దారుణ వీరశేఖర ధర్మపాలక మారీచ సుబాహు మర్దన తాటకాంతక దారుణ వీరశేఖర ధర్మపాలక కారుణ్య రత్నాకర కాకాసురవరద సారెకు వేద విధులు జయబెట్టేరయ్యా కారుణ్య రత్నాకర కాకాసురవరద సారెకు వేద విధులు జయబెట్టేరయ్యా రామభద్ర రఘువీర రవివంశ తిలక నీ నామమే కామధేనువు సీతారమణ రాజశేఖర శిరోమణి భూతల పుటయోధ్య పురనిలయ సీతారమణ రాజశేఖర శిరోమణి భూతల పుటయోధ్య పురనిలయ ఈతల శ్రీ వెంకటాద్రి నిరవైన రాఘవ ఘాతని ప్రతాపమెల్ల కడు నిండేనయ్యా ఈతల శ్రీ వెంకటాద్రి నిరవైన పాపమెల్ల కడు నిండేనయ్య రామభద్ర రఘువీర రవివంశ తిలక నీ నామమే కామధేనువు నమో రామభద్ర రఘువీర ఆ कृष्णं कलय सखी सुन्दरम् कृष्णं कलय सखी सुन्दरं बालकृष्णं कलय सखी सुन्दरं बालकृष्णं कलय सखी सुन्दरं बालकृष्णं कलय सखी सुन्दरम् कृष्णं गतविषय तृष्णं जगत्प्रभ कृष्णं गतविषय तृष्णं जगत्प्रभ विष्णुं सुररिगणजिष्णुं सदा बालकृष्णं कलय सखी सुन्दरं बालकृष्णं कलय सखी सुन्दरम् नृत्यन्तमिह मुहुरत्यन्तमपरिमित नृत्यन्तमिह मुहुः अत्यन्तमपरिमित भृत्यानुकूलमखिल सत्यं सदा बालकृष्णं कलय सखी सुन्दरम् धीरं भवजलधि पारं सकलवेद धीरं भवजलधि पारं सकलवेद सारं समस्तयोगितारं सदा बालकृष्णं कलय सखी सुन्दरम् शृङ्गाररसभर सङ्गीत साहित्य शृङ्गाररसभर सङ्गीत साहित्य गङ्गालहरिगेल सङ्गं सदा बालकृष्णं कलय सखी सुन्दरम् अर्थं शिथिलीकृतनर्थं श्रीनारायण अर्थं शिथिलीकृतनर्थं श्रीनारायण तीर्थं परमपुरुषार्थं सदा बालकृष्णं कलय सखी सुन्दरं बालकृष्णं कलय सखी सुन्दरं बालकृष्णं कलय सखी सुन्दरं कृष्णं कलय सखी सुन्दरं बालकृष्णं कलय सखी सुन्दरं बालकृष्णं कलय सखी सुन्दरम् ಮುತ್ತುಗರೆ ಯಶೋದ ಮುತ್ತುಗರೆ ಯಶೋದ ಮುಂಗಿಟಿ ಮುತ್ಯಮು ವೀಡು ತಿದ್ದರಾಣಿ ಮಹಿಮಲ ದೇವಕಿ ಸುತ್ತುಡು ಮುದ್ದುಗರೆ ಯಶೋದ ಮುಂಗಿಟ ಮುತ್ಯಮು ವೀಡು ತಿದ್ದರಾಣಿ ಮಹಿಮಲ ದೇವಕಿ ಸುತ್ತುಡು ಮುದ್ದುಗರೆ ಯಶೋದ అంతనింత గొల్లే తల అరచేతి మాణికము పంతమాడే కంసుని పాలి వజ్రము అంతనింత గొల్లే తల అరచేతి మాణికము పంతమాడే కంసుని పాలి వజ్రము కాంతుల మూడు లోకల గరుడ పచ్చపూస కాంతుల మూడు లోకల గరుడ పచ్చపూస చెంతల మలోలున్న చిన్ని కృష్ణుడు చెంతల మలోలున్న చిన్ని కృష్ణుడు ముత్తుగా యశోద ముంగిట ముత్యము వీడు తిద్దరాని మహిమల దేవకి సూతుడు ముత్తుగారే యశోద రతికేళి రుక్మిణికి రంగు మోబి పగడము మితిగో వర్ధనపు గోమేదికము రతికేళి రుక్మిణికి రంగు మోబి పవడము మితిగో వర్ధనపు గోమేదికము సతమై శంఖ చక్రల సందుల వైడూర్యము సతమై శంఖ చక్రల సందుల వైడూర్యము గతి అయి మమ్ముగాచే కమలాక్షుడు గతి అయి మమ్ముగాచే కమలాక్షుడు ముద్దుగర్రే యశోద ముంగిటి ముత్యము వీడు తిద్దరాని మహిమల దేవకి సూతుడు ముత్తుగర్రే యశోద కాళింగుని తలలపై కప్పిన పుష్యరాగము ఏలేటి శ్రీ వెంకటాద్రి ఇంద్రనీలము కాళింగుని తలలపై కప్పిన పుష్యరాగము ఏలేటి శ్రీ వెంకటాద్రి ఇంద్రనీలము పాల జల నిధిలోన బాయని దివ్య రత్నము పాలు జల నిధిలోన పాయని దివ్య రత్నము బాలు నీ వలె తిరిగే పద్మనాభుడు బాలు నీ వలె తిరిగే పద్మనాభుడు ముత్తుగర్రే యశోద ముంగిట ముత్యము వీడు తిద్దరాని మహిమల దేవకి సూతుడు ముత్తుగర్రే యశోద
Thank you
Namaste.
very much. Thank you, Anu. Very, very well done. Appreciate it. Good songs of Rama and Krishna. Wonderful.
పురంధర్ దాస్ ఒకటి చెప్పేసి అయిపోతుంది.
No, no, no. వెళ్ళాలి. I have to go. So, Jayanti garu, please, if you can summarize.
Anjana Prasad garu, very well done telling to Srimati Annapurna is very less. So, she has done a great job. And it is, and I am very, very, very happy and impressed too, and I enjoyed.
you very much.
It is an instantaneous arrangement.
Oka Chinana, if I can sing a small, because he's asking Purandaradasa.
Yeah, that will be concluding this concert. 1 minute.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
ಎನಗೂವಾಣೆ ರಂಗ ನಿನಗೂವಾಣೆ ಎನಗೂವಾಣೆ ರಂಗ ನಿನಗೂವಾಣೆ ಎನಗೂ ನಿನಗೂ ಇಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ನಿನ ಭಕ್ತರಾಣೆ ಎನಗೂ ಆಣೆ ರಂಗ ನಿನಗೂ ಆಣೆ ಎನಗೂ ನಿನಗೂ ಇಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ನಿನ ಭಕ್ತರಾಣೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅನ್ಯರ ಭಜಿಸಿದರೆನಗೆ ಆಣೆ ರಂಗ ನಿನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅನ್ಯರ ಭಜಿಸಿದರೆನಗೆ ಆಣೆ ರಂಗ ಎನ್ನ ನೀ ಕೈ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋದರೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಆಣೆ ಎನ್ನ ನೀ ಕೈ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋದರೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಆಣೆ ಎನಗೂ ಆಣೆ ರಂಗ ನಿನಗೂ ಆಣೆ ಎನಗೂ ನಿನಗೂ ಇಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ನಿನ ಭಕ್ತರಾಣೆ ತನು ಮನ ಧನದಲ್ಲಿ ವಂಚಕನಾದರೆ ಎನಗೆ ಆಣೆ ರಂಗ ತನು ಮನ ಧನದಲ್ಲಿ ವಂಚಕನಾದರೆ ಎನಗೆ ಆಣೆ ರಂಗ ಮನಸ್ಸು ನಿನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸದಿದ್ದರೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಆಣೆ ಮನಸ್ಸು ನಿನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸದಿದ್ದರೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಆಣೆ ಎನಗೂ ಆಣೆ ರಂಗ ನಿನಗೂ ಆಣೆ ಎನಗೂ ನಿನಗೂ ಇಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ನಿನ ಭಕ್ತರಾಣೆ ಹರಿ ನಿನ್ನಾಶ್ರಯ ಮಾಡದಿದ್ದರೆ ಎನಗೆ ಆಣೆ ರಂಗ ಹರಿ ನಿನ್ನಾಶ್ರಯ ಮಾಡದಿದ್ದರೆ ಎನಗೆ ಆಣೆ ರಂಗ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲ ನೀನೊಲಿಯದಿದ್ದರೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಆಣೆ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲ ನೀನೊಲಿಯದಿದ್ದರೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಆಣೆ ಎನಗೂ ಆಣೆ ರಂಗ ನಿನಗೂ ಆಣೆ ಎನಗೂ ನಿನಗೂ ಇಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ನಿನ ಭಕ್ತರಾಣೆ ನಿನ ಭಕ್ತರಾಣೆ ನಿನ ಭಕ್ತರಾಣೆ
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you. Now, Jayanti.
Yeah. Namaskaram, everyone. Thank you to Guruji for giving me this opportunity to give word of thanks. Thanks is just not enough, and there is no enough words in dictionary to give our gratitude for all the people who have come here and for all the people who have attended in person and online. I take this opportunity to thank everyone, and we have covered wide variety of topics from love, peace, from Ramayana, Mahabharata, Itihas, and Ayurveda, and we have covered a lot more topics today. Stay tuned, hold on. We have a lot more coming up tomorrow. I request everyone to come back tomorrow, join this celebration and our annual day, and make it a grand success. Once again, thank you all, everyone. Thank you, Guruji. Thank you, Prasad Garu.
Jayanti from Chicago, a Veda student. I'm very sincere. She is here because we have to introduce her also. So they're all promoting the Veda, Narayana, Krishna, Rama, Govinda. Thank you. Now,
So we'll do the Shanti Mantram. Vasan sir, please.
ॐ सहना भवतु सहनो भुनक्तु सह वीर्यङ्करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामया सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु श्रीवासुदेवार्पणमस्तु सर्वं मातृचरणारविन्दार्पणमस्तु ॐ तत्सत्